theories getting pounded in the spheres. Blinded by denial, but the evidence is clear. Ships sink, magic trick. Horizon pulled them down, yo, science hit quick. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Flerf can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Gravity's the force pulling truth to the ground. Apples don't fall sideways, we orbit profound. Lunar eclipses drop shadows in curves embrace. Trying to run from the math, but it smacks the face. YouTube vids claim conspiracies thrive, but the stars don't lie, they dance and jive. Experiment repeatable, tested done. Flat claims, flat line under the scientific sun. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Flerfs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Flight paths don't loop for a pancake map. Pilots laugh at the claims, leave them in the gap. Gyroscopes hum truths, keep the planes aligned. While Flerfs play jigsaw with a missing mind. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Flerfs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Flerfs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. We spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Flerfs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Flight paths don't loop for a pancake map. Pilots laugh at the claims, leave them in the gap. Gyroscopes hum truths, keep the planes aligned. While Flerfs play jigsaw with a missing mind. Flight paths don't loop for a pancake map. Pilots laugh at the claims, leave them in the gap. Gyroscopes hum truths, keep the planes aligned. While Flerfs play jigsaw with a missing mind. Flat Earth theories getting pounded in the spheres. Blinded by denial, but the evidence is clear. Ships sink hold fast, ain't no magic trick. Horizon pulled them down, yo, science hit quick. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Flerfs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Gravity's the force pulling truth to the ground. Apples don't fall sideways, we all profound. Lunar eclipses drop shadows in curves embrace. Trying to run from the math, but it smacks the face. YouTube vids claim conspiracies thrive, but the stars don't lie, they dance and jive. Experiment repeatable, tested done. Flat claims, flat line under the scientific sun. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Flerfs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Flight paths don't loop for a pancake map. Pilots laugh at the claims, leave them in the gap. Gyroscopes hum truths, keep the planes aligned. While Flerfs play jigsaw with a missing mind. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Flerfs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Flerfs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Flerfs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Flight paths don't loop for a pancake map. Pilots laugh at the claims, leave them in the gap. Gyroscopes hum truths, keep the planes aligned, while Flerfs play jigsaw with a missing mind. Flight paths don't loop for a pancake map. Pilots laugh at the claims, leave them in the gap. Gyroscopes hum truths, keep the planes aligned, while Flerfs play jigsaw with a missing mind. Flat Earth theories getting pounded in the spheres. Blinded by denial, but the evidence is clear. Ships sink hull first, ain't no magic trick. Horizon pull them down, yo, science hit quick. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Flerfs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Gravity's the force pulling truth to the ground. Apples don't fall sideways, we orbit profound. Lunar eclipses drop shadows in curves embrace. Trying to run from the math, but it smacks the face. YouTube vids claim conspiracies thrive, but the stars don't lie, they dance and jive. Experiment repeatable, tested, done. Flat claims, flat line under the scientific sun. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Flerfs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Flight paths don't loop for a pancake map. Pilots laugh at the claims, leave them in the gap. Gyroscopes hum truths, keep the planes aligned, while Flerfs play jigsaw with a missing mind. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Flerfs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Flerfs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Flerfs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Flight paths don't loop for a pancake map. Pilots laugh at the claims, leave them in the gap. Gyroscopes hum truths, keep the planes aligned, while Flerfs play jigsaw with a missing mind. Flight paths don't loop for a pancake map. Pilots laugh at the claims, leave them in the gap. Gyroscopes hum truths, keep the planes aligned, while Flerfs play jigsaw with a missing mind. Flat Earth theories getting pounded in the spheres. Blinded by denial, but the evidence is clear. Ships sink hull first, ain't no magic trick. Horizon pull them down, yo, science hit quick. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe of rhymes resounding. Flerfs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Gravity's the force pulling truth to the ground. Apples don't fall sideways, we orbit profound. Lunar eclipses drop shadows in curves embrace. Trying to run from the math, but it smacks the face. YouTube vids claim conspiracies thrive, but the stars don't lie, they dance and jive. Experiment repeatable, tested, done. Flat claims, flat line under the scientific sun. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Flerfs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Flight paths don't loop for a pancake map. Pilots laugh at the claims, leave them in the gap. Gyroscopes hum truths, keep the planes aligned. While Flerfs play jigsaw with a missing mind. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Flerfs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Spinning truth round the axis, that's a factual ride. Flerfs fumbling hard, trying to run and hide. We got that gravity pulling, you just drifting through. Science slaps empirical, stick to the glue. Round pound, sharper minds, we probe for the real. History stacked tall, experiments that steal. Curious minds, globe-trot evidence rolls deep. While Flerfs count shadows, we night sky sweep. Eratosthenes flex with them shadow lines. Measured Earth's curve, no conspiracy signs. Dropping mics like Newton when his apple fell. Maths to beat, y'all theory stale like a cell. Foucault's pendulum swinging to expose. Rotation so true, no Flerf can oppose. Telescopes beaming, Copernican frames. Centuries stacking, Flerfs out of their games. Round pound, sharper minds, we probe for the real. History stacked tall, experiments that steal. Curious minds, globe-trot evidence rolls deep. While Flerfs count shadows, we night sky sweep. Launching satellites, proof in the pics. Flerfs screaming tricks, we dropping data bricks. Physics and logic on a level supreme. It's a curved reality, splitting Flerf dreams. Launching satellites, proof in the pics. Flerfs screaming tricks, we dropping data bricks. Physics and logic on a level supreme. It's a curved reality, splitting Flerf dreams.
I'm curious, Katie Bunks. Well, we check out the Flerf derp, have a little laugh, and prove them all wrong. So yeah, sorry about the late start here. My computer up and decided, Windows up decided to update here. It's just coming to an end now. It's saying download 100%. So fingers crossed it doesn't up and restart to me. But if it does, well then we'll have to see. It just said pending install, so it's just downloading. So hopefully it doesn't screw things up with the computer, and I can still be able to run this live. I'll try to tell it if I can hopefully get an option to tell it to stop updating or not to reset, then we'll go with that. So yeah, welcome in everybody. It's a bit of a warm night here tonight, so if I look a little bit shiny, just because UK we've had some really good weather. Thanks, Andy. Sounds fine. Good. I think I've got my sound pretty much nailed down. I think I've got it pretty good. I could do some better stuff. Audio and stuff. My microphone isn't top of the line, but it seems to do the job for now. So maybe down the road, if I get more people and I can get the production up, then hey, who knows, right? Right. So tonight, no coffee because it is fucking hot, and I just can't be bothered to be drinking hot coffee. So I'm on the ice cold water tonight. Ice cold water, and I got a John Smith here just in case. Only got the one tonight. No Starlink IPA, none of that stuff there. Which actually I was quite nice. I might have to get some more of that. Got it from Home Bargains if anybody's interested. The only thing is it's not very warm. Yeah, exactly. OBS does have a pretty good noise filter that you can set. Like I've got things, my settings pretty good. I used to have it where it capped me too much. So if you're using a soundboard and stuff like that, it would cut things off. So is the water flat? Well, yeah, it's flat. There you are, flat and level, right? There you are. Speaking of that, my mom eats cakes. I'm actually I've gone over, had the time the last couple of days here to go over the Mikey Smith's little flyer that he hands out, his little handout thing, and on there he has like his 10 proofs of flat Earth. So I've done a video. I'll be releasing it for the next day or two here. I'm just gonna make sure all the everything's fine, and then I'll be releasing it. And I went through it step by step. It ended up being about an hour-long video, but yeah, I put in loads of facts and logic and like proofs and stuff like that. So yeah, hopefully I need 4 exports tonight. Nice, mate. Yeah, only just one John Smith's. The only thing is UKs, they don't really tend to have warm beer, cold beer. I mean, sometimes a nice cold Bud Light or something like that would be nice. But this obviously this is just what is it? John Smith's is bitter, isn't it? So, but yeah. Do you have a Stream Deck? No, I don't. I went through for something that it was like a whole package on you buy eBay, Amazon, stuff like that, and this came with like the microphone, the arm, a little I don't know if I can bring it up, a little deck, looks like that, and stuff like that. So it came with pretty much everything. It's kind of like a starter pack. But you do have to be able to mix your stuff a little bit and adjust it. So it's not as forgiving as like some of the nicer microphones and stuff like that. But it does a trick. It does all right. So if you know how to kind of mess around with it, and you gotta have the settings just right and stuff like that, or else it does sound like rubbish. But yeah. Yeah, my mom eats cakes. No, we're gonna have no Mikey's Toe tonight. I don't know if I'll be covering Mikey tonight so much, unless you guys really want to see some. I know he just did a live stream last night, 8, 9, 10 hours ago. He took a few days off. As was pointed out to me yesterday, I think he took a few days off after I showed his video of the troll versus troll, where he exposed the fact that Mikey was trying to get with a mentally handicapped 16-year-old. But and then obviously I was chatting with him and asking why he's running away from me. So I may have actually hurt his little peepees a bit. And he took a few days off, but he came back yesterday. And then, funny enough, Drunk Debunk was on and was trying to get him to come online and come on stream and talk to Reg Rhetoric. Of course, he was never going to talk to Reg Rhetoric. He's running from him faster. He's running from me. So Red's not nearly as nice as I am. So, and Mikey won't even talk to me because he's scared of me as well. So, yeah, funny enough, just a quick little shout out here. I don't know if Unfornicated, I don't think you're in here, but Unfornicated, if you're not subscribed to his channel, go over to Unfornicated's channel, check out his videos, and subscribe to his channel. He does some freaking fantastic videos. Guy knows what he's talking about. I think he's ex-Navy, and he knows quite a bit. And yeah, for sure. And I was having a little debate with little Flatty and Reds in Unfornicated's chat of his live stream. A fella who had been on my live stream about a couple months ago, had a little go. I scared him off when I started showing him evidence of curvature, and he didn't like that. So Reds is awesome, yeah. And so is Astronomy Live. They're pretty good guys, yeah. I like Reds because he's so freaking sarcastic. It's funny. The Reds does know his stuff, yeah. And there's 11 missing frames that freaking that Flat Zoid tried to do. I seen all that. That was funny. Especially you got him on. All right. So what we're going to be up to tonight, see if we can get on here, is we're going to check out, let's put that on, get that. We're going to check out sound from Flat Earth Reconnaissance versus MCToon. I don't know if you've seen this, about 10 months ago they had a little chat. I don't know who went on to whose stream, but probably they're both streaming anyways. Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna check out sound versus MCToon, and they had a little chat, and we'll have Flat Earth Reconnaissance. I was going to check out one called make Flat Earth Great Again, like part 1. But you know what? It was so freaking like it was so boring. I just couldn't do it. Sorry, I just couldn't do it. So I was going to check out some of those ones there, but they're sitting yammering on him and freaking Matthew Keem yammering on with the Bible, Torah, is going on and on, talking a lot of just going on a lot about that. No facts, no evidence, just kind of yammering on. I just it's boring. So. Okay, exactly. Look, my mom eats cakes with like we've roasted and toasted pretty much everything Flat Earthers have tried to do. The only thing they really have anyways is just like not and a bit of copium and just running and pretending and they stick the fingers in the ears and go la 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 na 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 flat flat flat. That's all they have. That's all they have ever had. All right, so we're gonna check this out here. All right, so this update says it's at 95%. So I was trying to hopefully this doesn't interfere with anything. I was trying to hold off here. Hey, and the foreign kid, how's it going there, buddy? Nice to see ya. What do you think of that Flerf that was in your comments of your live stream there? Yeah, he is something, isn't he? He was in mine. Freaking, that's gotta be a couple months ago. He popped up into like end of one of my live streams. I started going on all his shit. That was yeah, he was interesting. He ran. He has never been back since. I know he's talking stuff. Guy ran like a freaking scalded cat, and that's it. He's been hiding from me since. And if you look at his channel is a little shite. It's just a little like a bit of like some nice countryside, and then he does some little stuff like that. He is special. That he's definitely special. He is such a baby Flerf, that guy. Like I say, he has his little drone thing that he pushes out there. And I even said to him, dude, go do it. Go do your drone with a laser heading out and prove that you can keep flying straight out and it's not going to change anything. He won't do it. I do think he has a humiliation fetish. Funny enough, I fornicated. I thought he blocked me because I was not seeing for about a day or so. I just kept checking on there. I can see you responding to him, and I'm just going to tell my computer not to restart. All right, I'm just going to leave that for now. Sorry, as my computer's updating, I'm going to tell it not to restart. All right. Yeah. Hey, CK, how's it going? So yeah, I couldn't see him for a while. I could see you responding until I switched it where I could see latest updates, and I could see he'd been freaking like yapping on me. But yeah, I was in the roasting him too, just pretty much saying like keep running. Like he's more than welcome to come on my channel, have a little chat, but he never will. He'll never come and see me. So he's just a religious Flerf, isn't he? If you look at him, he's just all about Jesus and Christ and God and stuff like that. So a little delusional religion for Flerf. So yeah, my mom bakes cakes. I asked that guy to bring it, and he said no. All right, let's check this out. Okay, I'm enough yammering on here. I'm just yeah. All right, let's go, guys.
Flat Earth Dave is a pathological liar and a scammer.
I get past all this shit. It's crap. The computer. Yeah, he does his little I don't know. Sam needs to stop with all this stupid music.
It's slightly different spelling, right?
So loud.
Yeah, of course. Hebrew is a very sharp language. That means that with one word you can have different meanings according to how you use it, how you place it into a sentence, into a verse. Yeah. Sometimes you can have different.
Unfornicated, you know that freaking what's I can't remember the guy's name now. Crap. I actually did a little thing. You'll know he'll never come on live. Nothing. Let's say if you look at his channel, he doesn't have anything Flat Earth on there. He's just parroting everything else. Like you said, he's a copy and paste Flerf. That's all he is. So.
Different angles, different meanings. For example, that word when it's placed in the wife's mouth in the Eden Garden, it says more like the snake scammed me. It just induced me. he brought me into making a mistake that is
hold on here.
accusing
Let
me
me
now
go,
of, you know,
go back a little bit here.
making that.
Crap. I just didn't want to sound stupid music. Timothy, that's it. Timmy! Timothy. Yeah, exactly. Timothy, Timmy is a coward. That's it. Like I said, I did a little, I think I did a little post of him on my thing, just to kind of say, like, but, yeah. He is a coward. Sorry, let's just gonna try to see if we can get this to play from the beginning.
The Hebrew Bible, the Hebrew.
Oh yeah, because they're asking us something here. Come on. I just want to get past Sam's freaking shite.
The word, the verb is to the woman that he just read.
In Hebrew, what does NASA mean?
I cannot really say NASA.
Unfortunately, wait till you get Dave, Nathan Oakley in your comments. That's fun. I've had him show up in mine a few months ago. That was a good one. And then he ran away.
In Hebrew, it's not. I cannot. Yeah, go ahead.
Come on.
Is making videos. So I was curious because, you know, I've seen a lot of people, you know, always like, you know, insulting, making fun. But actually, you curious because
Come on. Sorry.
actually elected you.
Let's get the beginning.
You don't create nothing. Okay, that's good. Thank you for, you know, for having me like this. You know, just.
Sorry about that. I just had to get past. I was trying to get past his loud ass music. That music, he's fucking has no idea how to manage his audio, does he?
I'm the one that you know, contacted you, you know, to talk to you a little bit, to know actually a little more about you, more than discussing flat earth, you know. But you know, let me explain my what I wanted to do.
I've also offered to have Sam come onto my channel too, but so far he seems to be avoiding me. I wonder why.
Is that, you know, well, I'm a newcomer, you know, into the flat Earth movement. You know, I'm a flat earther. I'm also, like, you know, like I told you, like you know, an admirer of you know, David Weiss. And when I saw that, you know, you're attacking him all the time, and you know, you're making videos. So I was curious because, you know, I've seen a lot of people, you know, always like, you know, insulting, making fun. But actually, you kind of you kind of guy that, you know, makes sense somehow. You know, you clean cut, you just make sense. So I was interested into, you know, getting in touch with you to see a little bit what drives you, you know, to do all this, like to go after him. And I checked your videos, I checked your arguments. I saw there's a couple of things that are interesting in what you're saying. But my point is just to learn about you. I tell you, you know, I've been making an investigation. I've been conducting an investigation on flat Earth for like about a year. And the first thing, you know, that does not prove that the Earth is flat. But the first thing I checked was NASA. If NASA was lying, not lying. So I investigated on that part. Then I went to investigate the media, how the media. Yeah.
Can I ask you a quick?
Yeah. Go ahead.
In Hebrew, what does NASA mean?
I cannot really say. NASA in Hebrew is not really a word, but it can come from the word.
You notice how Sam's trying to avoid this. Like he's really trying to avoid this question. He's running from this one. It's actually kind of funny. Hold on here. So I just want to bring this up just for everybody. That's we all know this, but just for those who don't know. I had one the other day. Well, we know who Sam's Flerf daddy is. It's freaking David Weiss, isn't it? I'm fornicated. I trust you, mate. I think you'll be all right. You'll be all right. But if you want to post your link to your channel on there, mate. Well, go on. Yeah, no, you can't do any worse than I do, so I think you'd be all right.
If I don't mistake, you see the action of nasa is to elevate in Hebrew, but there is also another word that's what the snake did to the woman, that he induced her into making mistakes. It just like brought her to.
But how is that pronounced?
The word is leasi. The verb is leasi, but nasa will be like I don't know how to explain it. I have some difficulties in English myself, but I can I can check it out for you in proper English, because I understand the word. I don't just know how to put it in words in English. And actually,
I ask because you probably know a lot of flat earthers.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah,
make claims that I know are wrong about what NASA means in Hebrew.
Okay.
Because I've talked to several
okay.
Native Hebrew speakers, but never directly from face to face like you.
Okay.
About it, that somebody that's a little more on the flat Earth side. So
yeah,
the glasses are dirty.
Well, here we have a translation that is not very much correct according to the Hebrew Bible, the Hebrew from the Torah. Here it says that it's more like to carry, like I told you, to elevate, like to carry something.
Lift.
Yeah, to lift something. But you see the woman in the Eden Garden, uses that word here.
But it's
there's NASA for everybody, just in case anybody wants to know. That's NASA translated from Hebrew. It's spelled exactly the way. Now, obviously, NASA itself isn't a word; it's an acronym. Everybody knows this. Before NASA was the National Aeronautics Space Agency, it was a different kind of agency to do with aerospace and stuff like that. So NASA, like I said, isn't actually a word; it's just an acronym. But Flerf's like they're going to harp on this shit because they've got nothing else.
It's slightly different spelling, right?
Yeah, of course. Hebrew is a very sharp language. That means
people don't forget to go to the Unfornicated's channel. If you're not subscribed to this channel and like his videos. Right, let's help him. We're both trying to get to 1,000 subs. Right, DP's already got there, so it's not Unfornicated. It's my turn. So come on, mate, people, let's get in there and let's help some brothers out. Right, let's get up there for the what'd you call it, the Dirt Vengers, something like that.
With one word, you can have different meanings according to how you use it, how you place it into a sentence, into a verse. Yeah. Sometimes you can have different angles, different meanings. For example, that word, when it's placed in the wife's mouth.
He is dancing all around this to try to deceive, because Sam thinks that MCToon is stupid because Sam's just an idiot. So
in the Eden Garden, it says more like the snake scammed me. It just induced me. He brought me into making a mistake that is accusing me now of making. That means that that this is the principle.
Yeah, like Unfortunately said, NASA and Nasha is different in it's an accent mark. This is for a lot of different different languages and stuff like that. For a while, I studied Japanese, and if you have one little tick, one little line somewhere else, it can look like the same kanji. One little thing like that completely changes the word, makes something different, can make it better, can make it worse, stuff like that. So, like Unfortunately said, a little accent can change the word in its meaning, and it's not the same. They don't mean the same thing. They may sound the same, but they're not.
Of Satan, in Hebrew, Satan, it comes from the word lishton, which is to bring people to make mistakes, to tempt people in order for them to make a mistake, in order for the Satan to accuse you of that mistake that he brought you to do. This is the spirit behind the word.
Thanks, Andy. It's funny.
So,
but it's my understanding that it's a different pronunciation.
Yeah. No, NASA is the same pronunciation. Is a sin, and it's like the same pronunciation.
Is it not Nasha?
No. If it was Sha, it will be the dot will be on the other side. It will be on the right side. Then
good question. Let's just check that out real quick. Oh, here. That's in Hebrew. I am on that. Okay. So Nasha. Nasha. See if phonic spelling. That exact giver or user deceived. Come deceitfully delude. Utterly deceived. So it is actually Nasha with the tick on the other side, which is Nasha. Nasha. Not NASA, it's Nasha. So MCToon, of course, is right.
it will be Nasha, but that dot is on the left side, so it's Nasa. The shin in Hebrew can become sin if you just move the the dot.
Now, according to my research from this is Bible Hub, it says it's Nasha, and even the phonic spelling is Nasha. Pronunciation is Nasha. Nasha. Nawshaw. Nasha. Not NASA. But of course, he's a Flerf. He's gonna lie now, isn't he? So. Oh crap.
Yeah. And this is Nasa with a shin, but more precisely with a sin. So
I was just so I've been told that the deceive definition has the whatever the dot so that it gets the sh pronunciation.
No,
but I've also heard that just alone.
Yes, CK, as Andy said, a nosher, yeah. There's lots of different words in England. There's the English language that just aren't in the States and none in Canada.
That word doesn't even have a pronunciation. The three letter root doesn't even get pronounced like NASA or Nasha. It's totally different.
No, it's different. But the thing, like I told you, that it means like to lift. So you can say maybe in your English that she was carried on. She was carried on by the snake. She was like, carried on to do something.
What the fuck's he on about?
That's, in that sense. But I don't, I know that on the other side, people, know Hebrew very well. They use Hebrew, for example, the word earth in English comes from eretz. It's the same words, just like, arrange it, but pronounce it differently. So I'm very, very happy to be here because it's the first time in my investigation that I can face an opponent at last, an enemy. And in order to just understand you a little bit, understand
I'd rather not be an enemy.
Yeah, an opponent, let's say.
Right? Yeah.
I'm open, I'm very open-minded. I have no problem. You're free to think whatever you want, and I'm very...
Computer's a bit sluggish tonight, isn't it? So just quickly, just wanted to bring this up. I don't know if everybody knows this, but before NASA, the agency was called the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics. So it's called NACA before. It was established in 1915 and focused on aeronautical research. When NASA was created in 1958, it absorbed NACA's personnel and assets. Obviously, NASA was developed by, I think it was Eisenhower. A lot of them try to claim it was done by Crowley and all sorts of people, but that's completely incorrect. It was created by the President of the United States of America at the time. But yeah, so before NASA was called NASA, it was called NACA, and it was the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics. And then obviously they wanted to get the space travel, so then they absorbed that and changed it to NASA. But yeah, there you go.
very, very open-minded on many things. So the thing is that, you know, in that investigation I'm conducting, the fifth part now is to it's about knowing UFO, know UFO.
Too close to knacker. Yeah, get knackered. So I did teach somebody that. Hey, CK, yeah. So yeah, whenever the Flerfs always bring up that NASA was created by a bunch of like Satanists like Crowley and a bunch of other people, that's incorrect. It was actually called NACA. It was just simply changed it when they wanted to get into space. It's just aeronautics. So yeah, bit of perhaps useful or useless information. It's up to you.
For know who are the guys in front of you that are like accusing you of being idiots, of being like, you know, being wrong all the time. And let's see what they have to say. But we checked your videos, you know, I checked things, and I checked many other videos of.
Yeah, Flerf's always going on with Freemasons. Funny thing is, one of my best friends is a Freemason. He just got into it. Not only is he a Freemason, but he's actually part of the like the Templars sect of Freemason. So he's actually in the Freemasons, and he's actually in this little side thing there. I don't know. From what he said, is like it's all bullshit. Everybody says Freemasons. It's just they do a lot of charity stuff, and then it's just a bit of a social club for men. So, to have to get together, have some dinners, and drink. So, sounds like fun to me. I said, sign me up.
Many other guys. I don't see anything that's convincing. That means that, okay, that's you kind of diminish a little bit the people by making fun and everything. That's okay. That's a good tactic. But somehow, I tell you something. One of the things that
sorry, this quickly. Freemasons. I had a lodge in my hometown where I grew up in Alberta. Freemason lodge. I've been in there loads of times, delivering pizzas and stuff like that. There was nothing nefarious going on there. You went in. It was just a big hall, open hall that they had lots of chairs out. Used to do lots of events. Used to have weddings in there, lots of stuff like that. So, yeah, there was nothing dodgy going in there. It was just a white square building, with a big Freemason thing on the side, and they did stuff, you know, they do events and have meetings, and then they rented the lodge out for people to use whenever they wanted.
Brought me to join the Flat Earth movement is also because I saw the reaction to the Flat Earth movement. You know.
Yeah, Andy, and I do know like Project Paperclip, where the U.S. and I think a few other countries, they took some of the scientists because they noticed all the advancements they did for rockets and stuff like that. With the is it the V2? The V2? Oh, I didn't see YouTube. It's not YouTube. V2 rockets, and they wanted to use that for obviously I think the Soviet Union started kind of advancing to get into space, and then so they did they did kind of give them pardons and stuff like that for war crimes and new identities and stuff like that. Obviously, von Braun being one of them, who actually helped run the Saturn, was one of the lead scientists for the Saturn rocket program. He was definitely one of them. So, I mean, I suppose it's like in the name of science, they decided to forgive them and stuff like that. I don't know what to say. I know some of the scientists, they did some really horrific things. I don't know if all of them did. Maybe some of them were just doing science and just trying to keep the head down and stop from being thrown into the freaking into a concentration camp. But there are some that did some horrific things for sure. So. Teenage years, including recording this. Yeah. U.S.
On the internet and in the mass media, and I saw the obsession, the crusade that was, happening, against the flat earthers, and I said, okay,
can I speed this him up a little bit? It sounds a bit slow.
We all crazy or we idiots, fine, but there are so many crazy people on the internet, so many other idiots, so many other subjects you can go after. Why flat Earth? Why being so obsessed about flat Earth? So all these questions, I'd like to have an insight, to have your take on this and to see what drives you to.
Are you talking, Andy? The Nazi bell? Yeah, kind of. Some people even claim it's like one of the. It was like a like a flying saucer had anti-gravity technology. The Nazi bell. I did see have seen bits and bobs on that. Perhaps it's something I'll look further into. I have a few other ideas for going over as well. So,
you know, to fight us so hard like this. Tell me.
Well, I prior to 2010, I knew that there was an active group of people that thought the Earth was flat, but I knew it was rather small. And before 2010, it was rather small. I didn't pay much attention because it's super easy to figure out the Earth could not be flat because the sun could never set. And now, after time, doing more investigation since then, the ancient cultures, including Hebrew, in Near Eastern cultures that did think the Earth were flat, they thought that nighttime was experienced by everybody on Earth simultaneously. That the sun somehow, either like Greeks, it went underneath somehow.
CK, yeah, looking at his channel, obviously, yeah, I think he does tend to jump on other people's lives. If you look at his channel, mostly what he talks about is about the Israel and about Judaism, and I think he does try to kind of shove flat Earth in there on occasion here and there. But when I've looked at most of his stuff, he just does a lot of just talk about like religion and Christianity and Judaism and Israel and stuff like that. So that's pretty much what he does mostly. What I've seen, looking at a few different of his videos.
Or if you read the book of Enoch, they say that it goes through a portal and then it takes a chariot inside the portal somehow during night. So everybody gets nighttime at the same time, which is...
Yeah, Andy, I'll check that out. I've heard bits and bobs of it. Like, I think some of it is just like conspiracy theory stuff. Like, it had anti-gravity technology, stuff like that. But I think it was more like they're just doing, trying to like do tests and find out different things. So. Yes, all his religion, all his stuff is religious based. I don't think I've ever seen him even attempt to show any kind of empirical science.
Is reasonable for people that don't have fast communication and that can't travel any faster than, feet or an animal, riding an animal of some sort. So you move so slowly that time zones don't matter. So if you go from near Middle East or to Far East, go all the way to the edge of China, by the time you get there, it's shifted so slowly in the time zone you don't notice. So I say, well, obviously people see the sun 24 hours a day, so the sun could never set. And this is basic geometry. And so I'm like, well, that's silly. I can't believe people still think that. Then come forward to 2018 and YouTube videos I had happened upon some people that were talking about it. I thought, I can't believe they're actually talking about it. But it turns out they were. And that's what kind of got me interested in it. I jumped onto some online forums and had some conversations on the forums with people, and watched some videos on YouTube. Eventually, a flat earther had done a challenge, a $100,000 challenge to do flight charts, and the challenge was to have.
CK, yeah. Sorry, I just kind of interrupt. I have heard Sam from Flat Earth Reconnaissance mention something about a new world order. This is something I've heard from flat earthers a few times, especially on TikTok and stuff. There's a few on there that are literally trying to use flat earth to kind of make some sort of like religious, like almost a religious following cult, to overthrow the government, because they want to overthrow the government and then rewrite all of the education and stuff like that. But there's a few on there that are literally radicals, and then they also give a lot of like really anti-Semitic and they go into a lot of other really kind of darker stuff, and they're using flat earth to try to segue their cultural and religious beliefs into almost causing a revolution.
Have basically a triangle with each of the corners being 90 degrees.
And I think X is the same way, and I've heard like Rumble's like absolute freaking like well, it's Wild West. Rumble is anyways, but yeah. I think it was a DP Debunk started a Rumble channel. So I had a Rumble channel for a little bit. Just checking out some of the stuff there, because obviously you can watch stuff you can't watch on YouTube. Like people aren't cutting things out, and people can talk about more stuff on there. And it was wild on there. So I haven't been on for it's gonna be a couple of years now.
And I did that first on online flight planning software. And he said, I meant paper charts, which he of course didn't say. So he moved the goalpost. So if you see on my wall right here behind me, I made them on paper charts. I printed out real flight charts, operational navigational charts, or what they're the particular set that I used, which has all global set of charts. I printed them out and I did a route where that was right around 10,000 kilometers per side. Each corner is 90 degrees, and taped them together and then put them on the floor, and it made a U shape. But then I created a half globe out of PVC pipes, and I put it on there, and it attached just correctly. So it was able to use real flight charts that real pilots really used for decades and connect them together, and it made a sphere, essentially. So that was what got me started in it, and now it's just been a hobby. So why am I interested? It's a long way. Why am I interested in this? Why my reaction to it? It's a hobby I've done. I enjoy it. It's something that over time I've developed enough background in to talk, pretty freely and quickly about it.
But you see, actually, I believe you agree with that the flat Earth movement is getting popularity all over the world. We talking
all
about,
around the globe, yeah.
All around the globe. We know it might reach even more than 2 billion people now, and I don't just throw the number 2 billion because that Google it was the flat Earth was the most researched words on Google until they canceled the
No, it wasn't.
Oh, this is what I heard. Okay. Because they canceled it now.
Hold on. Let me.
Okay.
Sam, right?
Okay. Go ahead. Just correct me if I'm wrong.
I just want to make sure I call you the right name because
Sam.
Sam's good. Okay. So you said that's what you heard. Here's the problem: you've listened to what you've heard without doing background research on it.
How do you do research?
Have you heard other flat earthers say, "Do your own research"? It's a common phrase, but you didn't on this topic.
Well, I tell you something. I'd rather concentrate, my research on things that are more important.
In other words, he'd much rather not research anything that might falsify his narrative, and just research the things that kind of supports his preconceived ideologies. And Andy, MCToon writes code. He does code for different programs, mainly, like I said, online security and stuff like that. That's he works for a company doing that. And Fornicator, you talking Ironworks? Yeah, he is. Sam started talking about gay people. He streamed. I thought. I've seen bits and bobs of Mikey being having Sam and stuff on there. I haven't seen them on it for a while, but everybody, don't forget to, if you haven't subscribed to Unfornicated, 100% subscribe to him. If you haven't subscribed to me, subscribe to me too, and click the like button and help me push this up their algorithm. Okay, come on. Quickly, just wanted to bring something up here, and it may not be unrelated, not trying to offend anybody here, but quickly here, something like that. There's a lot of religious symbols are actually tied back to older religious beliefs. And one of them is, I was looking up something like the Star of David, which obviously in the Jewish tradition tends to be was that important? I have something. I have some things lined up for Ironworks once the U.S. government decided to get on my request. Oh yeah, obviously we. I know you're ex Navy, and I think isn't Ironworks the ex Navy as well, isn't it? Yeah, click that like button exactly. So there's something here. Something like the Star of David is very similar to something like a hexagram or a sexagram, six-pointed geometric star figure. The term is used to refer to a compound figure. Two equilateral triangles intersected in a regular hexagon. The hexagram is part of the infinite series of shapes which are compounded of two n-dimensional simplicities. The three dimensions I cannot speak today. I do apologize. It is Sunday. Alanagus. Yeah, you know the word. I can't speak it. Compound. It is slated octahedron, and in 4 dimensions of the compound into 5 cells is obtained. Now, so a lot of things are kind of taken from they adopt from different religious ideologies and stuff like that, and they try to segue it into theirs because it's the one way of being able to help transition, or like the Christians did this quite a bit, where they take over different areas. They take some little bits and bobs from the native population, like see what they did here when they brought Christianity into the UK, and they had like you had some like Picts, you had some different like Druids and stuff like that. They took them bits and bobs and integrated it in to help make the transition over to Christianity a little bit more familiar and easier. Like another thing is like apparently I was reading something in Christmas time that like Santa Claus can actually be traced back to Odin, and Odin did something very similar. If you look at Santa Claus, it looks kind of similar to Odin, with some of the colors being a little different. But Odin would actually go around the same time of year and would do that. We had Yule, and Odin would actually give gifts if you were deserving and stuff like that. I think you left out like a little thing for him. He'd leave gifts and stuff for you. So that can actually harken back to that. All right, see you later, CK. Nice for popping in into the Apple Store. I'll have fun. But yeah. So back to this. Yeah, this just seems like it could be harking back to some older obviously, it's got a lot of stuff to do with gematria and shapes and stuff like that too. So, Indian religions used it. I looked it up, and Judaism, well, it is like kind of associated with the King Solomon, Seal of Solomon, and the King of David. You actually can't find anything where really kind of the symbol is associated directly or where it came about in Judaism. So it shows up in Christianity and Latter-day Saints. So it's on the Mormons. I've never seen it on the Mormon church, but and Islam. So it's not really it's usually the cultism. Yeah, I did think that's a double heligram. So all right, now back to what I was doing here. CK, thanks for coming in, and have a good night. Have fun at the Apple Store. Don't spend too much.
This is just like a detail from
a great idea.
The thing is,
don't parrot. Don't copy what other people have said if you haven't done your own research.
If I'm here, it's because I'm doing my own research, because I'm talking to you now to see what you think about this. Did you do that research? How do you research such an intel? How do you know how many people were looking for Flat Earth before they just canceled the number of search on Google, because they canceled it. It doesn't appear anymore. Remember when I used to type a name, there was a number. Now
I know, but you said it's the most researched.
Yes, that's what I heard.
It was never the most researched. It was
okay.
In the past, it had been researched or typed into search bars more commonly than it is today. But I think for the most part, people have been exposed to it.
Really, what it was, I heard about Flat Earth way back in 2018, 2018. And this is one of those things, like my father-in-law liked to watch different things. He happened to pop up and go, "Hey, look at this. People believe the Earth is flat." And I went, "What? That's so stupid." And that was it. And I think so people may have looked into it to look and what the hell? How did people in the 21st century still think the Earth is flat? Like, holy shit, like we have pictures, we have spaceships, everything. How can you believe that? That's probably why that came out. Is this when a little bit people learned about it when YouTube kind of started showing it, and people kind of look it up to see what the hell this is all about and laughing at them. So
what confirms,
it's not as commonly looked for.
What seems to confirm that it was
not spending much in the Apple Store. That's impossible. Yeah, I know. I've seen some prices in the Apple Store or Samsung, any of those electronic shops. I mean, it's some fun stuff, but wow. Sarcasm burns.
The most research word is that when, for example, I type Google, Flat Earth on YouTube or on Google, all I see is like hundreds of videos.
Even though I'm scratching, it's like a bee freaking stung me the other day. I literally didn't do anything. I picked up something. Freaking bee went to try to sting me and I flicked it off. And I've got I've had a bit of reaction to it a little bit. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that. I have to draw something around it. It's just a bit itchy, so I think I have a bit of a rash from it. I have a bit of infection.
Those anti-flat earthers, like there's no.
I know,
like
and they're not me. I wish they were me more often.
I know you also appear on that, but when you see that, you say, oh, wait a second, like there's like hundreds of videos against flat Earth, making fun of flat Earth. So something's fishy, something's wrong. Something is that normally you should find 1 or 2 videos.
Well,
and that's
a reason.
Of course, there might be many reasons.
Do you know the reason?
Well, I suspect the reason. I do not know it, but I suspect it's because people, running YouTube don't like, they don't like flat Earth people.
Yeah, well, Google, who owns YouTube, their advertisers are one of the big things, right? Google can't pay the bills if their advertisers don't exist, so they have to do things to please their advertisers. And a lot of the larger advertisers were saying, well, we don't want our videos or our advertisements associated with, and then whatever it is. So pick whoever it is that you really, really dislike. Right, living in Israel, maybe you could think of a few topics that you would not like, right? On YouTube, associated with a business that you might be advertising on YouTube, so you wouldn't want your role in front of insert thing.
And that's why they started doing this whole Wikipedia little thing on the bottom of anything that mentions flat Earth. Even my videos has that at the bottom, even though I'm trying to falsify and correct and show the fallacies of flat Earth. I still get the whole thing. I'm still put in the whole box with Flat Earth. So, and seeing the MCToon and everybody else. So that does
like, right. So you might, if you were a large advertiser, go to Google and say, look, I'm not going to be wanting my ads in front of these things. You need to do something about it. And Google will say, oh, if we don't have advertisers, we can't exist. So let's do something. So that's a lot that's driving it.
So you're saying that the advertisers would refuse like a few hundreds of billions of people's market because they don't agree with what they think? That's what you're saying? Because I think the money is more important for them than the ideology.
Well,
yes, 100%. Advertisers or businesses are out there to make money, right? So they want to find, they're trying to advertise the market, whatever. A lot of times they're trying to find their market, and they're trying to also don't want to be associated with something that's going to make their brand or bring them down and put them in a bad light. So a lot of times advertisers and companies don't want to advertise with something that could show them being associated with something that they don't want to be associated with. So it's all about economics. Flat Earthers seem to have a really hard time understanding basic business economics. And I learned this shit freaking in grade 9 for crying out loud. Reasons that people make so much anti-Flat Earth videos. Low-hanging fruit to deal with. Anti-science building. Either.
Advertisers have.
I mean, the only thing I see, about Wikipedia is if some pages you can go down, and a lot of times they will list their sources, and you can look and see where they got the information from the sources, and you can figure out if they've used credible sources, like if they got citations to prove that what they've said on there is true, or if they're talking shit. So.
Have lots of choices for where they can go.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. Wikipedia. Some Wikipedias are like really well sourced. I said, if you look at something, if it seems to be weird, scroll down to the bottom and look and see what sources our citations are listed for where they say that they got the sources from.
To advertise, and so that they don't have to go to Google or YouTube, and especially if YouTube is supporting things that they specifically don't support, right? So. Like I said, if you were an advertiser and you had a $1 million budget to spend on your advertising, would you go to a platform that will potentially put your advertisement right next to something that you aggressively don't agree with? Or would you go somewhere else where there's this association won't happen?
I'll go wherever I can sell. I don't care if people agree with me or not. I just want to sell.
I would greatly disagree with that. Because I think if Sam wanted to put something up to see on YouTube and it was next to a maybe advertisement or something talking about okay, even say like maybe Iran and talking about how beautiful Iran is and how people should go there and support Iran, bet you wouldn't want to have his advertisements next to that. Or even to look at the Gaza Strip, where's the how come I can't think of them right now, but Palestine. If there's something that you're talking about Palestine and trying to promote and give credence to show Palestine in a good light and the Palestinian people, bet you Sam wouldn't want to have that on there, would he? But you wouldn't want to have that advertised next to that. He says that, but I could probably prove him wrong really quick.
Okay, well,
I don't care.
You're not obviously the decision maker at an advertising firm, so
no, I'm a businessman,
right?
But I know how to sell. But anyway, that's not the point. The thing is that
Canadian Space Advocate. Yeah, I was actually talking to Andy the other day in the chat here, and I said I do Flat Earth because Flat Earth is easy. There's a lot of stuff content out there, but I am going to start going into other things. I'm looking into doing stuff like there's claims that childhood vaccines cause autism. And I found a few studies from 2017, 2018, which actually completely contradicts that. And I think there's a lot more. I'm looking more into it. I'm going to probably do a show on that where the people are putting out these vaccines and maybe look further into it. Try to do a bit more structured and to look into and pretty much debunk the conspiracies behind that. And see if I can find the truth of it. There's also ones I like to do with like some of these ghost ones. Some, you can't explain. Some are blatantly and really quite easily seen, and even some that can look and say, that's not right. I can even explain it in another way to see it's not paranormal. And some are just obviously people just trying to scam. So I'm going to look more into that as well. So. Exactly, Leotis. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's like next to. All kind of depends what you're doing. Well, I don't know. I'm not even close to monetized, so I don't have to worry about me right now. But I'd be interested to see you be next to my stuff. I think it depends on where my channel goes from here.
You're right. First of all, we don't have time to check and double check everything, and first of all, don't have the means also. Like for example, you told me that it was not the most researched word expression, like flat Earth on Google. But how do you know that? How do you double check?
Oh, by the way, I keep meaning to mention this. Check out in my video description of videos here, including this one here. I actually have a Discord, so don't forget to go on and click on, and I should have a link on there to a link to my Discord. Go on there. We can chat back and forth online. If you have any suggestions for videos, anything to check out, I'm more than willing to have a look, and I'll see what I can find out. And if you have any little critiques and stuff like that, anything that you want to see, or if there's something that if you have little suggestions, I'm always open to bit of suggestions and stuff like that. See if I can make things better. And so on the description of this video, on most of my live streams, I do have a Discord link on there. Click on the Discord and come join me on there. I'll have a little chat.
Check that. How do you make your own research?
That would be on you to do if you're going to make the claim.
A good conspiracy. Epstein isn't dead. Also heard Michael Jackson isn't dead either. And that Michael Jackson is what is that one's name? It looks like he's been through a fire. Is it Ray Ray or something like that? I don't know if everybody's seen it, but yeah. Those are more just like silly conspiracies though. Which are kind of fun.
Like
right.
it's not, but you said that you did.
But it's not my or anybody else's responsibility to research the things that you're going to say. It's your responsibility.
And Elvis isn't dead. Elvis went with aliens.
The same thing. Then you're like me. You don't do the research also. You say it's not. You told me that it was not. So how do you know it was not?
Oh, how do I know?
Yes,
that was not, because I've looked at the numbers.
I'll check it out. Canadian Space Advocate. Yeah. Skeptics Guide to the Universe and Skeptics Zone podcast. All right. Yeah.
Of the chart if you look at the chart, there's a graph that shows, YouTube's search history for Flat Earth peaking around 2016 to 2017. I look at the numbers, and it's the raw numbers are not
I'll
that
check
high.
that out.
Okay, that's good.
Right,
So,
and certainly other things, and if you look, and then if you overlay that chart, numbers for numbers over, I don't remember exactly what it is, but I think people have overlaid it with things like fart. That fart comes up to like half of the peak of what Flat Earth came up to. Well, people aren't researching fart in whatever it was. I don't want to hang it on that it was actually totally fart, but you know what I mean. It wasn't a large raw number. But that graph, if you saw that graph, didn't have other topics on it that were higher. There were other topics that were higher.
Okay, I'll check that out. That's interesting. So the thing is, I'd just like to know a little bit more. You can also ask me.
So Sam, all he's really doing here is just parroting things he's heard from like David Weiss. Because as we said, David Weiss is Flat Earth Reconnaissance's Flerf daddy. So
Questions. I'm open to any questions. I'm with you.
and as Sam said before, he's on here because he didn't like the fact that MCToon is doing debunking and calling David Weiss a scammer. David Weiss is a scammer and he's been proven to be a scammer.
I just want to know a little more. But you married? Are you married? Okay. What's your profession? What do you do for a living?
I write anti-spam and antivirus software.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I saw that at one point.
Yeah.
Sorry,
So I spent, I have spent the majority of my professional career identifying scammers. So when I saw Flat Earthers on YouTube, I'm like, oh, these are the same people.
I see. So what is a scammer? Like, how do you define a scammer? Like someone that is going to just steal from you money, or that's going to just lie to you or deceive you? What is it?
Yeah, a little broader than that. So the original really popular spam from a while ago was, pills that made men's stuff work better. Right. Yeah. That's a classic spam message. So did that work? Well, yeah, it did work. But it was the method they were using to do it. So that's a broader definition.
And he says Michael Jackson was reincarnated on Katie Price's last facelift. Yeah, Katie Price looked rough now. Holy crap. How did you afford that? I thought she was bankrupt like years ago. But yeah, she's not looking good, old Katie Price. Oh dear.
Of scammer than
Harvey's massive though, crap. He is huge, man. If he wasn't for all these issues, man, he'd be a monster.
Than you said, yeah.
And my experience, for example, I've learned a lot from David Weiss. Never cost me a dime, and he delivered, a lot of information that I double checked on my side.
Did you download his app?
Of course, and I paid like 10 shekels, like about $3.
Okay, so you did spend money.
Of course, and
you just said you did not spend any money.
Wait a second. I didn't spend any
money. Oh, yeah, Sam, Flat Earth Reconnaissance, not only he downloaded and has the David Weiss's app, but he's also downloaded it and paid money. Yeah, so all his locations are pretty much a giveaway. You can probably freaking dox him pretty easy.
Money to know everything. It taught me a lot.
Considering Weiss's app is leaking still.
Interviews, and I've seen like, I don't know, I don't want to say hundreds, but tens and tens of videos. And I never paid one dime for this. Now, when I go to YouTube and I want to, find like a good Flat Earth channel, and I cannot find because it's like, drowned into like a tsunami of like, I call that propaganda videos. Like, looks like North Korea. It's crazy. And so then at that point, the app is worth it because now I have all the true, videos of Flat Earthers. It's worth much more than three.
Is all the cherry picked scammy videos that David Weiss is the dub that he likes. That's all it is. It's just echo chamber that David Weiss has made sure that it's nice and purified for to keep his audience nice and indoctrinated.
But here's the problem.
Like $300.
Here's the problem.
Yes.
I think you contradicted yourself there a little bit. But here's the problem with David Weiss. He's teaching you incorrect things.
Okay, how do you know that? Because we checked already, and
because everything that David Weiss says is proven to be fake and wrong.
According to what we checked, it's correct. It makes sense. And
David Weiss specific.
Andy, me too. I love the debate Mark Sargent, but I don't think he's I don't know if he's doing much on YouTube. I should check him out. And I think especially after I know he does his little live show or something like that, but I think he stays in his echo chamber. I think he's kind of like Nathan Oakley light, isn't he? Yeah, Leoedo say, yeah, I think that the flares would freak out when they recognize that the locations are easily found thanks to the the potato app. But no, they don't mind. And it's funny enough is that because even like to the point where Witsit lost like hundreds of dollars because his the password he was using on his Flat Earth app was also to one of his Bitcoin wallets, which that's a Witsit thing right fucking there. But yeah, you think just that alone, you think, oh, hold on a minute, this app is really leaky. I mean, look, even Austin Witsit lost hundreds of dollars, lost Bitcoins because of this app because it's leaking all the passwords. But no, they're just too freaking up their own arses and too indoctrinated to realize that they're being duped.
Claimed that some photos that he said were on NASA's website were from Devon Island. Okay. But these photos were never on NASA's website. He lied.
Is it possible that he saw those pictures and then after that?
Now watch as Sam tries to be a Dave Weiss apologist because he's so far up on Dave Weiss arses. He's trying to figure out a way that he's trying to figure out a way to say, oh no, Dave Weiss is fine. He's truthful. He tells the truth. So he's trying to make up excuses. Yeah. But yeah, what? Toon should close the clone app and give it out for free, except for it should be a globe app and also be secure. Oh no, wait, that isn't that called Google Earth?
NASA fixed the pictures.
Nope.
Like made them disappear. Nope. That's not
absolutely not
scenario.
because I have the video of the NASA denier from 2012, long before Flat Earth became a big thing on the internet, manufacturing the photo. One of the several photos that he claimed were on NASA's website. A video of the person manufacturing it from start to finish and saying this, then publishing it. And that exact one that was manufactured by a NASA denier, David Weiss claimed was on NASA's website. It never was. And I have the video of the person manufacturing it as a joke. It was a sarcastic thing. He's a NASA denier anyway, but it was a sarcastic thing. So it never could have been on there. Further, I did the actual investigation myself. It was whatever particular craft was on Mars, and I got all of the original source video, or not video, photos, and so there was a composite that was made, and the little clip that David Weiss claimed, well, there's the picture of the rover, or a clip of the rover that's in the picture. Well, that was put in by the hoaxer in 2012 on that video I talked about. But that was part of a composite photo. So I went and got the original composite photo. It looks nothing like the one that David claimed was on NASA's website.
You see that's the point. You see, check it out. When you come from the outside and you start looking into things and looking into flat Earth, looking into people like you that just denounce things like this. What we realize is that when you jump to conclusion into saying that someone is a scammer or liar, you need a motive for that, something that's valid. That means that what I can tell you is that Dave doesn't need to lie about a picture on NASA.
Then why did he?
Dave 100% needs to lie about a picture because he needs to keep pushing his fantasies and keep pushing his lies and try to make up any new stuff to see he's getting new stuff to keep his audience engrossed. So they keep buying his app, keep paying for his app, keep buying new things, keep buying new features because he wants to make money. Dave is just out there to make money. That's all he cares about. He doesn't actually care about Flat Earth. He cares about the Dosh. That's all he wants.
Then why did he lie about it?
Let me get to that. He doesn't need to lie about something that is been proving so many times before, and that has been proved so many times before that NASA is faking everything. So it's not...
No, as MCToon said, that picture was a lie. It was manufactured as a hoax. It was a lie. Flat Earth has never been proven. It's all just about misunderstandings, conjectures, fantasies, fallacies, and just making shit up.
It was not, but hold on, Sam, listen.
Yeah.
It was not. All of the examples that you were thinking of were proven so many times before were the same things every single time. It was a NASA denier that created a fake photo, and you're like, oh, there's all these fake photos. All of the fake photos that you think were from NASA were not from NASA. They were from NASA fakers. People claiming NASA is faking. Every one of them. So you were fooled by those, And David specifically lied that it was on their website. And now you're going away from that. You are giving him a pass for lying.
Exactly. Dave Weiss said it was on NASA website, but he never got it from the NASA website. It was never on there. He got it from somebody who probably got it from somebody who got it from somebody that probably said that it was on NASA website, and Dave Weiss never took the time to look it up and look and see if it actually came from that. Because Dave didn't want to know if it came from NASA. He thought it looked good enough. He's just going to push it as being from NASA. That was just it. Because he doesn't actually want the truth. He just wants to keep up the grift. That's it.
I think that
if Dave Weiss wanted the truth, he would have gone down to Antarctica when he was offered it way back last year. But he said no right away because he knew that if he went down there and seen 24-hour sun, then that's it. His cash cow is gone. He's got to give it up, and now he's going to go get himself a real job.
You are a Torah observant person, right?
Of course.
And what does the Torah say about lying?
Lying? You can lie. It depends. For many times, there's many things you can lie about.
Can you lie to convince people that the earth is flat? Is that okay?
I tell you when you can lie in the Torah, when you have in front of you a liar himself. That means that it is said.
See, it's Sam's interpretation. He can lie as long as he sees it as being okay to lie. So only if Sam sees it as being okay. And this is a problem with a lot of different religions, is that a lot of it's open to interpretation. So, and even to the fact that they can say, well, my God thinks that it's okay, so I can go and do this because this guy who got heard from this guy who heard from this guy, this guy's a leader of the church, said it's okay for me to go and do this, as long as I do it to these people over here and not these people over here. But it's okay, I can go wipe out all those people over there because, well, this guy told me that he talked to God and God said it's okay. And no proof, no evidence, just the going, well, this fella who's got this big hat and a big staff said that it's okay because he speaks for God.
That, when you have somebody that wants to scam you or wants to cheat, and fool you, you have the right to be even more liar than him. You have the right to fool him even more. Only with him. It's not like a way of life.
Torah, or is that Torah or somewhere else?
I'll give you the example.
Okay.
Lavan. You heard about Lavan in the Torah? Lavan. Okay, I tell you. Yaakov at one point went to Haran, and he went to his uncle.
Jacob.
Yaakov. Yeah, sorry.
I need to get that. I need to get the pronunciation.
It's Jacob. Okay. Yeah, we pronounce it the right way. So it's Jacob went to Lavan, his uncle. In order to work for him and marry his daughters and and bring up his family. Now we know, that Lavan is like the worst piece of filth ever. Is a cheater. Is a
right back is going to let my dog out. He needs to go outside.
Liar. Is a scammer. Is whatever you want. And he tried to scam Jacob many.
That'd be David White. That'd be David Weiss. David Weiss is the scammer. He's the one who's doing this. So, but Sam doesn't see it that way because Sam likes what David Weiss is telling him, and so he's just going to believe Dave because it fits his narrative of what he thinks should be right. No facts or evidence. He just likes the sound of it.
Times, which Jacob says, you try to change my salary 10 times and everything, but at the end, Jacob managed to scam him and managed to take away from him everything that the best he had. And this is allowed because it's just like war, it's just like a reaction. Someone tries to, kill you, you have the right to kill him. In the Torah, it's not written, you should not kill. It's never been written. You should not murder. Big difference. You understand? So there are situations where you can use your enemy's tactics.
Is it acceptable to you that David Weiss lied about that photo?
I don't. First of all, I don't agree and accept lightly that he lied. I tell you something. Sometimes, let's say that you're right, and a guy, what you call a NASA denier, made that picture and somehow fooled David, and David believed that it was on the. I don't know. Well, it might be just a mistake, not jumping to the conclusion that he lied and he's a scammer, because he has no reasons to do so. He has no reason to lie, no reason to scam. He doesn't profit out of.
Dave has so many reasons to scam. I mean, you just look to see how much money he makes on his app. That's how many reasons he has to scam. Dave knows he never actually took the time to look up to see if that picture was from NASA or anything else. In fact, he knows it wasn't from NASA because Dave actually never got it from NASA website. He lied. He lied and said that he got it from NASA. and he didn't. So Sam's just wrong, and all he's just coping. That's all he's doing this whole time. He just copes this whole entire thing.
This because
well,
what is
does.
proven,
He sells his app.
But
He does it to sell his app.
It doesn't sell his
That's
app
what he's doing.
through this. It doesn't sell his app through
Yes,
this.
he does.
He doesn't
When
need this.
Yes, he does. He sells his app
on other people's podcasts and shows and stuff. His whole deal is that's why he's going there, is to sell his app.
So this is the point. You might find sometimes Dave, and I have an example here on one of your videos that can make mistakes, or and that's fine. But to jump to the conclusion that he's a liar and a scammer, and because of this he's going to make money out of you, that's like, it's too much. And when I look at it from the outside, I see on one side David Weiss that has like 100 proofs that NASA fakes images, and now you find like
David Weiss has no proof that NASA's fake images or anything like that. But he's not listening. Even MCToon's even told him this. He's even showed that with David Weiss, he's just got fake photos. He doesn't have any evidence. But Sam just believes him because David Weiss said so. No fucking evidence, no proof. He hasn't took the time to even fact check anything. I've even fact checked for him. He just watched me fact check for him now. MCToon. I knew MCToon was most likely right because I know a lot of stuff he knows. I've already looked into, and I know where he's got the sources from, and I've watched and I've seen stuff. But I still do once in a while if I think, I was going to check that anyways, just double check, because it's always good. Fact check me. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. I'm good to be told. And most of the stuff I say, I do take the time to go and fact check it and look it up. So, yeah. Despite what freaking Timmy says that I don't fact check anything.
like one case where
So Timmy was a Flat Earther that was in Unfornicated's comments. He said I don't fact check anything. All I do is lie.
that's controversial, but that's not enough.
I can address every
and
one
you
of
jump
his.
on that and you say, okay, I find the Holy Grail. But
Sam,
it's not enough.
I can go after every single one of his claims.
But you see, that doesn't work. That's the point. That the thing is that what brings
Sam just kind of skirted away from that one real quick. And MCToon's like, I can go after every single thing he says. Sorry about that. It's got a bit of an ice cream here. I'll turn my mic off when I take a bite. So
speak straight with you. I believe what breaks your credibility is the fact that first of all you just look for little things like this, and okay, look at what he said at that point. That's not
Sam,
true.
it's not little. It's huge. It's big. It's the corner.
it's blatant fucking lies, is what it is. It's not little when he's just out and out lying. It's just like he said this is from a NASA website. It's not. Everything he says about that picture is wrong. It's not little about that picture because the whole entire premise of that picture is a lie, plain and fucking simple. So, but Sam doesn't want to accept that.
Stone of his claim about NASA.
The cornerstone of his
I go
claim,
right to because I found bunches of times where he made that claim about that photo, that one photo about the rover
but there's
from Mars.
Right?
I found over and over and over he says that in several videos, and I put together a montage of him saying it. It wasn't every time, it was just a small collection. So he says it super often. And so it wasn't a small fringe thing. It was the main thing that he went on about NASA.
Check it out. When they say Elon Musk tell you that they have like pictures of Mars, you believe this? You believe
Elon? I don't know what.
Elon, I don't know if I've heard Elon Musk say that, but I mean, I have pictures of Mars. I took myself. Sam will deny them, but he can't prove anything. I can prove exactly what it was. I can prove that I looked at Mars. I can show you the video of it, and I can show you where I've stacked the images, the video, all the images from that, and then I've processed it and put it through my software to clean up the image, and I can tell you that's Mars. And yeah, so Sam will deny it. Think it's some NASA chip in my telescope, but I welcome for him to point out where that chip might be.
Okay. Do you believe that NASA has pictures of Mars?
Oh, absolutely. They 100% provably do.
That's the point. That's the point. That's the thing is that
do you know how
amateur astronomers have pictures of fucking Mars? No NASA needed. I took pictures of Mars. I wasn't getting my NASA paycheck. They'll start doing this. I ain't shut. No. I'm not working for NASA at all. No.
What can be proven?
No, tell me.
Sunspots Have you seen a sun through a solar filter where you can see the sunspots on it?
Not directly, no, just on pictures.
I have, well, yeah, in pictures, right? I have a Nikon P1000. I have a solar filter. I've taken photographs of the sun with sunspots. Now, the sunspots move across the sun. It takes a couple days for a sunspot to move across the sun, and sunspots last often longer than they are visible because it goes around to the backside. Well, Mars is for a while was about 90 degrees from the Earth in its orbit, and one of the rovers takes a photograph of the sun every single day, and in that photograph you can see sunspots. But because of the position of Mars in relation to the Earth, the sunspots as they're first appearing from Mars, we can't see here. Then a couple days later, they appear here. So looking at
that's fantastic freaking evidence of the globe right there, and then of Mars and everything. That's fantastic evidence. I do love that one. I think it's quite cool that
photo is taken from Mars, sent from NASA. You can look at them ahead of time, say, there's a sunspot that's going to appear, and then look, here comes the sunspot later in time. So you can make that prediction. How could NASA know that a sunspot was going to appear?
Maybe they don't know. Maybe they're just lying. Maybe they're just lying.
How could they have constructed that lie to show a photograph of Mars, from Mars, of the sun, of a sunspot days before it appeared on the Earth, and then it appears on the Earth? How did that happen?
With the budget they have, they can make you believe. They can show you like pink elephants on Mars.
How did they predict the future?
They don't
change the topic. They did, because they show a photograph of the sun with the sunspot on it that we can't currently see on the Earth. And then 2-3 days later, here it is. It shows up on the Earth. So how does that happen?
And watch Sam as he runs from this. He can't explain it, and so he's just going to skirt around and run and try to change the topic. Get scallop away. Typical Flat Earth 101 tactics.
Your reasoning,
how does unlimited budget make that happen?
So I tell you, so your reasoning is that, first of all, what NASA says is true. And then you say,
no,
how can they know?
No. I'm not assuming that they're
if
true.
David Weiss can lie, so NASA cannot lie?
I am proving that they could not have made this up, because you're not able to even answer the question. How could they have known there was a sunspot coming in order to fake it? Unlimited budget. How could they have shown a photograph of Mars, of the sun from Mars, of a sunspot, and then 2-3 days later it shows up in?
FYI, NASA's budget in 2024 was $24.8 billion, right? And you think, wow, that's a lot of money. I mean, like, that's a lot of money, right? But the interest payments for the national debt for the UK, for the United States, was $1.1 trillion. That's just the interest payments. That's not the debt itself. And so they keep thinking that NASA, $24.4 billion. But guess what? NASA has to put in a request into Congress and the government, and has to break down every single thing. What they're going to use that money for, what programs going to use it for, how much they're going to spend on each single program, how much they're going to spend in 2025, how much do you want to forecast to spend in 2026. They have to put all through how much they're going to spend on each different thing. Oh, you see the bit there, Andy? And then it has to be approved by Congress. Now, let's say they put maybe $500 million towards the Artemis program, right? To try to get Artemis 3 up and running and like that. They're fucking around with that shit, but whatever. They say Congress goes, okay, yep, we got $500 million for Artemis. Get us to the moon, right? Now, let's say NASA only spends $400 million. Well, guess what? They don't get to keep the other $100 million. They got to give that back. That has to go back. They can't even use it on another program. You have to give that back to Congress. So you have to say, Congress, we only needed $400 million. Here's $100 million. Then Congress and the government are going to take that money and put it towards something else. So if NASA doesn't use all the money on each program, and this is each program, they don't use it, it goes back to the government. Right? They can't use it something else. They can't keep it. They can't roll it over. That doesn't work. Then next year, if you want $500 million, they have to say, we want $500 million. This is why. And then Congress can go, well, you know what? I looked at everything you want to do. It's the same stuff you did last year. You only spend $400 million. You're only getting $400 million. And that's how it works. NASA has to account for every single penny they ask for, why they're asking for it, and where they spent it. But the Army, the MOD, nah, they just say, yeah, we want a few $1 trillion, and they go, okay, yeah, here you go. That's right. We want to build some new planes. Okay, for this much money, they go build the planes, and if you don't use it, goes off something else. It's just often the black budget. But flat earthers never seem to freaking focus on that, do they? Only focus on NASA. So, all right, rant over. Continue on.
In real life, somewhere else.
That don't
How
impress.
did that happen?
That doesn't impress me. As soon as I know that in front of you, you have a scammer, you have somebody that lies about everything, and they have like money without limits. So how?
Yeah, this David Weiss lies with everything. I like that one for Sam. I think I need a new shot for my thumbnail. New thumbnail picture right there. Awesome.
How?
You didn't answer the question, Sam.
I cannot answer. This is not a question. You say,
and that's
how
the
do they
problem,
know?
Sam.
Because it's not. It's a question. I tell you the thing is that what you're asking is not like a question. You're trying to ask a question that confirms already a point that I don't agree with. I don't believe that NASA knows things in advance. I don't believe that what they publish is true.
But it's provable that they did. It's provable that they did.
It's. I don't believe it is. This is the point. I give you just an example. Forget.
That was just a off Sam. No facts, no evidence, nothing. I don't believe it. That's real. I don't believe it. You know what, Sam? Guess what? Science doesn't give a fuck what you believe. You know what? You can prove it, and that's it. Don't give a fuck. I say that because I know Flat Earth Reconnaissance watches my videos. So, hi, Sam.
About all that complex demonstrations. Just check it out.
That's photographs.
I'm a very simple guy. One of the things that brought me to understand that NASA was lying is very simple. About the moon landing. When you see that the moon lander, okay, is on a flat surface, there's no crater. There is not even one single single particle of dust on the pads of that moon lander. You're gonna be totally crazy or stupid.
Oh, unfortunately, not much. Just sound freaking yammering shit. And then after all the stuff about MCToon, seeing how a while back where Mars was 90 degrees off, and you could see a sunspot on the Mars rover. They took a picture every day of the sun, and then a couple of days later, we could see the exact same sunspot on Earth. And going, that's proof. And Sam came down to Sam went, I don't believe it, because he couldn't explain it. He just thinks that somehow they're faking it, but he can't explain how they could how they could forecast the future. And Sam just doesn't believe it. So it's nah.
Stupid to believe that thing landed on the moon. It's like it's clearly staged. Like,
Sam,
what do you want?
Why would you expect
you want more than that? More than something? Yes.
There's dust, and underneath the dust is hard rock. So there should not be a crater because hard rock.
Haven't you heard that? Yeah, MCToon has mentioned it a few times. And it has to do with where Mars was, because they take a picture every day, and you can see the sunspots, and then we can see a few days later, which is pretty cool. I think it's really good evidence to support the Mars rover being where it is and everything else.
Rock doesn't.
Not on the picture. It's not hard rock. It's sand. You can.
No,
see
it is hard. It is right underneath the.
So there's no dust.
It's hard rock. There's dust on top of hard rock, and there is sand, and you can see in the landing photograph. You can see the sand getting shot out as they come close. There's a metal bar sticking down from the bottom of the foot, and when that makes contact with the surface, it turns off the rocket. So when they were several feet or a couple meters above the surface, the rocket turned off. So the rocket was never firing when it was really close to the ground, but it did clear out the dust. So right underneath the lander, there is no dust. It's just the hard rock. But you get away from there, and then there's sand. So it completely matches prediction. So you're saying, why is there no sand on the feet? Because there should be no sand on the feet.
Okay, no problem. So you agree with me that in this case, okay, just like in the case if it was a scam and it was staged, we will have the same result. Like if it was staged,
that doesn't help you.
Let's say if it was staged, okay, it will be like this. It will be like just standing on without no dust, no nothing. But you think that if it's landing, it will be the same results. So now you're telling me that the results of a moon lander landing.
This pretty much just comes down to the fact that flat earthers can't understand basic physics and rocket propulsion.
And the result I can have by filming something that is staged, that is fake, is the same thing. So it's suspicious. That's one thing. There's like 1,000
it's
things.
It's not
like
suspicious when reality matches prediction. But you said this was a problem, and you talked about why isn't there sand on the feet. So you were trying to point out a discrepancy, but turns out there is not a discrepancy.
According
and
to
you think that the lack of a discrepancy is suspicious. That's not suspicious at all.
No. For every single picture that we see that NASA is faking, in the space station, in all that. So you have an explanation every time, like they're not faking. That's what you're trying to tell
I've
me.
never seen one that is nothing other than just somebody who doesn't understand.
Okay.
There's no flat earthers ever proved beyond shadow of a doubt or showed anything or caught NASA faking anything. Every single time, it's either flat earthers are faking the videos, like there's somewhere some flat earthers have overlaid stuff and put something in to try and make it like somebody's in, like it's like CGI or green screen and something like that, or it's just simple the fact that they just misunderstood that either it was like a simulation or something like that. But and like even the ones way back in the day, where they claim like it was like where they're showing like one of the first spacewalks, and they say, look at this looks so fake. Well, yeah, because they cut off the bottom of the screen where it said this is a simulation, because it actually didn't have any video being shot back then shining back that showed the actual spacewalks. So they had some people with like a mock-up to try to simulate, so that when they're describing it on talking about just getting the radio signal, they had something for people to watch on telly to see kind of what they're talking about or what they're doing. But flat earthers just kind of cut off the bottom and they pretend that NASA tried to push this as being a real thing, and they never did. They were fully transparent and said this is a simulation or it's representation or like stuff like that. Or if they say CGI, they'll just say like it's just a rendering or something like that to show what is kind of happening. Like say sometimes like the Indian space agency, when they landed the lander on the moon, and they showed, oh look at this is just cheap graphics, like game graphics. So yeah, they didn't have a camera to show them landing, so they just had a really quick done up computer CGI thing, like computer graphics, to show like a video just to kind of show what's going on with the telemetry data and stuff like that. So but flat earthers try to harp on that without actually having to think, going, hold on, wait a minute, they did this because maybe they didn't have a camera at the time, maybe they never planned on doing that, because a lot of space agencies don't give a shit about flat earth. They're not out there to try to prove flat earthers wrong. They're out there to do science, and they already know the earth is a globe, and they already know space is real, and they're getting on with the job that they're paid to do.
They don't understand the topic is usually what it is.
So in that case, again, what tells me that maybe you might be wrong is that in front of you have people, that maybe you can, believe they're stupid. That's you're right, no problem. But I've seen most of the flat earthers. Those are people that think, people that go research. You have pilots, you have like engineers.
Name one. Hold on. There's only one pilot.
There's no flat earth pilots. There's no engineers that any kind of like civil engineers that would tell you the earth is flat.
There's only one pilot.
You have in front of you like millions of people.
Sam, I'm not gonna. No, don't throw out these things. Sam, name one pilot. What's his name?
I don't know the names of the pilots.
I know. I see the videos. Exactly. There are no pilots.
Because I don't know the names, so it's not true. Because I don't know the name of the pilots. There's no pilot.
Yep. I ask the same thing of every flat earther that says there's pilots. Name the pilots, and no flat earther can name the pilots.
Are filmed on video talking.
I know, and we know why they're doing that. They're mocking.
So there are pilots, even if you don't know their names.
No, they're mocking.
Oh, they are mocking. Okay.
They're mocking flat earthers.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go look up those videos. Get the names off of their badges if you can get it, and let's contact them. Every single pilot that flies. There's rules. I don't know if they're in other countries, but in the United States, FAA has an airman database. We can look them up. Right? We can find their name. We can contact them and say, hey, you said in this video that the Earth is flat, or that whatever it said. Let's have a conversation. But I never get the name of the pilot.
Don't you think they could get fired if they just
They were on video and they knew they were on video.
So there's no problem.
Yet they said it. So don't you think they could get fired? Doesn't work because they already were on video.
So if there is a name of a guy, a pilot that comes up and tells you this, is going to change your opinion about that the Earth is flat? No,
there won't be any. I've spoken with the one flat Earth pilot that exists, and he's not a multi-engine certified pilot. He doesn't even know that these maps right here are Lambert conformal conic projections. He doesn't know what that even means. He has no idea how to do long-range navigation, which is the whole point of pilots know. That's why flat earthers always want to go to pilots, because long-range navigation requires you to know the shape of the Earth. But every pilot that does long-range navigation, that previously used these, but now they use online charts mostly. They don't say that the Earth is flat, and so all of these pilots say this every single time. They say, "Give me the name, let's talk to him."
Okay.
Anytime I've ever run into a flat earther who claims to be a pilot or he has no anything about flight, is normally like a single engine prop pilot. They're ultralight, or they fly like a crop duster, or they might fly a small Cessna that just does local trips here and there, and then they just don't go very high. Obviously, can't go very far. Cessna's maximum range is maybe 1,000 miles or something like that, and they don't, they can go up there and just pretend they don't see the curvature of the Earth. The fact, wonder why the horizon drops off on them, but and why the horizon isn't rising to eye level. They just just pretend like they don't see that, and it falsifies flat Earth.
So to resume a little bit, that's interesting, because to resume that. So again, we have like the flat earthers with hundreds, I can't even say thousands of what they call, evidence, of course, of, pilots, witnessing that the Earth is flat, pictures, tests, all kinds of, research that
I've never seen a single test or evidence from a pilot to show that the Earth is flat. Anytime, even if there's a picture that comes up that some flat earther claims is from a pilot, that's claiming the Earth is flat, even though, or just claims it's from a pilot. Normally, when you find the source, you can see that there's curvature and you can measure it. So
they've done, that apparently makes sense.
There's very little actual research,
and convinced like so much and so many people. And on the other side, you got people like you that believe that all this is fake. This is
first law.
No, I don't think it's fake. I think that the people doing this research don't understand how to do research well. I don't think it's fake.
Would they have?
I don't say it's fake.
Would they have like a motivation to do so? Would they have like a goal? Do they belong?
Yeah,
maybe
it's a
to
religion.
Something?
Flat Earth is a religion.
It's a religion.
Flat Earth is a cult, actually. It's really say religion, but it's a cult.
Religion. I got it now.
But people do think. You know this. You live in Israel, right?
Yes.
People do things for a religion.
Yeah, but not that kind of thing, and not
right now.
They do.
Right now in Israel, people do things for religion.
Yes, but the religion doesn't bring so many people from so many different, places, and so many different people to agree together,
of course
to make like a new religion.
Of course they do.
That's the whole fucking point of religion. And religion is a very, very efficient and good control system. It's a very good way of like molding people to have a very unified, indoctrinated ideology and thinking, and then be able to change and control them at will. I mean, that's pretty much what the freaking Catholic religion freaking has been doing for freaking like hundreds of years. Look at them back in the freaking in the Middle Ages and stuff like that. The church just pretty much told people how to think, and if they didn't, they're heretics and they were freaking hunted down and freaking burnt at the stake. And then people started thinking what they wanted because they wanted to live.
I was just on Twitter yesterday looking at the responses to people to the recent the leader of Hamas that died, and people from all over the globe on Twitter, both ways, some saying good, some saying bad, and they were from everywhere. New Zealand, Australia, United States, Europe, Asia, all over the place. And of course the ones that are upset that he died often are motivated by a religious position, not always.
What kind of a religion? Like what is how could you define that religion? It's like a new movement, like a new collective hysteria, something like this?
Muslims.
All right, there's in front of you is 172 range, Cessna 172, 700 miles, and distance 1,400 feet. Yeah, 14,000 feet. Yeah. I knew it was around. I said 1,000 miles, didn't I? I knew it was around there. How I know that is that some flat earther put out a video with the claiming that it was a flat earther who was flying over who flew over Antarctica and proved like there's ice wall and flew back. And I was like, bullshit, because a Cessna, it was only in a Cessna, like, 172 like that. I think they claimed. I said its range isn't far enough to make it from the tip of South America to inland of Antarctica and fucking back. Like, this wouldn't happen. And then I think there was one where somebody claimed I think it was one where they're trying to show that they tried to fly over and they got intercepted by a couple F-16s, and they're claiming, oh, this is a flat earther, and they got claimed, and they got protected. And that was a fucking lie. What it was is it was a news agency showing what happened when a plane tries to fly in a no-fly zone over top of the U.S. president where they are. And it was a demonstration to show scramble the jets sitting up there and freaking tell them, either get out of the airspace or we're going to shoot you down. And flat earthers cut out all the bits where it showed that it was actually a demonstration on a morning show, and they just tried to claim that it was the army trying to protect Antarctica. So, is it 700 miles? Okay, I said 1,000, but I think what it is that from the point where South America, from the tip of South America, from south is 1,000 miles. So I said the Cessna would never even make it. Yes, Andy, that is a good way. Anyone who lives at the coast can view the Earth's curvature if they have a tripod and bubble level on it. Shoot a super wide panoramic and then run a line along the horizon in Photoshop. It's not flat. Yes, that's a really good way of doing it. Yeah. Or like what I did is I went to somewhere where I could see a wind farm, and there's like a wind farm and there's one further off. And you can see as the wind farm, you can see the wind turbines. You can see higher up, and as you're going, you can see there's a platform where they put the boat up and go up to maintenance, and you can see the platform, then less of the platform, then closer to the platform, and then you can't see the platform, and you can't see the platform, and before you know it, it looks like basically the fins, the veins of the wind turbine looks like they'd be hitting the water, but it's actually dropping down over the curvature. It's not a good way of tuning. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. No F-16s near Antarctica. I know. I seen Unfornicated. I seen your whole thing with the with the carriers, with how many carrier ships it would take, aircraft carriers, to try to patrol the ice wall. Fantastic. That was a good one too.
Yeah, they were the ones that were upset that the leader of Hamas was killed.
Oh no, I'm talking about like the flat earthers in general. Saying that it's like a religion. Like,
flat Earth is a religion. It's a different religion. It's a belief in a supernatural thing, something that's not physically possible.
Have you did you grow up into Christian denominations or some
Yeah.
And now what is your position about?
Yes, Andy. If there was this flat, you'd be able to see France, and if there's this flat, I'd be able to see Isle of Man and be able to see Ireland from where I live. But I can't see either one. Wonder why.
The religion of the Bible or God, or
even when I went up in a tower, which was 463 feet above the city, and I had a clear vision of the water, I still couldn't see Isle of Man or Ireland. It's really weird.
You believer or just like this one?
Yeah.
So, but you don't have any religion. You don't have any. You don't belong to any.
I don't have a religion about physical things.
About physical things.
Right. Yeah. So if I want to know the shape of something, I'll just go measure the shape and determine the shape, right? Mm-hmm. I don't need to look to religion to tell me the shape of something. That's physical, right? What happens in the non-physical realm? Okay, that's religion. Yeah, definitely. What happens in the afterlife, about spiritual things? That's religion. That I'm fine with. But having a religion about a physical thing is ridiculous. We can just go examine it and see what shape it is.
So I'm gonna give you a little insight, because myself, I never was religious. grew up, as a regular kid in France. I was even grew up into the Adventist, Seventh Day Adventist movement, and I had the greatest time of my life. It was great. We were going, in summer camps and everything. It was a good time, and I never had any problems with these people. And the thing is that, you see, the Jewish religion, which is not actually a religion, it's more like a way of life. But I tell you, because I studied that very much, at one point when the Jews left their land and they had to go in exile, the points now, the main objective, the priority was not to assimilate to the non-Jews, to keep the people the way they are, not to mix up with the others, and to keep our books unaltered, to keep our books the way they were written. And for that, you needed a religion in order to make them, to make sure that they won't, mix up. So I tell you something, in the religion, there's a lot of things that don't make sense, that look stupid. We like wash our hands like 3 times like this.
Was it Sam believes the firmament is made of ice and the stars are nothing but light sources that are frozen in it? Is that why he freaking believes that Mikey's took pictures of the firmament? Oh, that's cute. How does it stay how does ice stay frozen, and how does it stay into a giant massive dome above the earth without like crumbling? Because ice, well, it can be fairly strong. I mean, I don't think you'd be able to maintain that kind of shape over like that vast distance. So what's holding the ice up? And how's, like I said, how's it staying so solid and stable? And what are the light sources made out of? Oh yeah, that's right. They'll claim we don't know, and God. That's right.
Is we don't know why, but we do it because somehow we know that there will come a time when we'll understand these things and we won't have to do them anymore. But at one point, all this kept us from assimilating. That means we were maybe stupid, but we remain stupid Jews, and not because if we were assimilated by the nation, so we would have already disappeared, and until we've been at the end of it. Just like most of the nations mixed up together. So that we
without knowing
to make us survive.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point.
But
the hand washing may not have been known, but it became apparent when Joseph Lister washed his hands, and he had better success as a doctor and had less mortality with his patients. Oh, look at that! There's a reason to wash your hands, to get rid of bacteria and germs and things like that.
That's true. If they knew what the sun was, they wouldn't claim be claiming it's local. Or even the fact, if they don't know what the sun is, the fact is we do get the source of heat is from the sun. When the sun's up, everything warms up. When the sun goes down, everything cools down. So it's a source of heat. So if it's inside of the firmament, then why hasn't the sun burnt up all the oxygen inside of a closed system that they claim that we are under? We would have expired long ago. The Earth would have been burnt up to crisp. Yeah, and how does it not melt the sun, the ice? They'll claim it's like magic sky ice put out there by Magic Daddy. I'm part Italian, Andy, so I don't burn. I just pretty much just tan. That's all I do. I don't even wear sunscreen like I probably should. But my wife though, she's like we call it English Rose, and even though she's not ginger, she's got ginger skin. She goes red really fast. She burns like she goes straight from white to lobster, and then goes back to white again.
Amazing. And for centuries, they were doing it because of religion, but there's a reason for it. Great. I love that.
You see, this is why it was given to us to do all this stuff,
Yeah,
because
that's
it has nothing
super.
to do. It has nothing to do with clean our hands. You see, for example, we wash our hands with tap water. We don't wash it with soap, with nothing, and we do it 3 times and 3 times. So why not 4 and 1 or 2 times? So the reason is more, a spiritual reason. There's it has nothing to do with like physical, germs. It has nothing to do with it. Just like, for example, to eat kosher. I ate not kosher food for 35 years. Nothing happened to me.
If you're Seventh-day Adventist,
Yes.
I don't know, maybe in France it's different, but here they don't eat pork.
Yes, I know this is true. But I was.
They're mostly. I don't know.
At
If
that time, I
kosher.
was. Yeah, it's true. They recommend to people not to eat pork, but I was eating anyways. Anything. I didn't care at the time. I was a kid, and I tell you something. There are other reasons than health. To eat kosher for us, it's not a question of health. It's much deeper than that. So because for example, for non-Jews, the Torah, God tells you guys, you can go ahead. You can eat pork. You can eat snakes. You can eat anything you want. There's no it's not forbidden. So why?
Yeah.
So
Well,
isn't there a
list of there's a list of things for Gentiles to do.
Yes.
That's expected, right? It's not even
7 laws. Right? Yep.
Isn't the whole thing about not eating pork because they believe that pork or pigs are the dirty animal and they live in their own filth, and so they think that it's dirty. I also heard this with some people who are Muslim. Is why they don't like dogs, because they think dogs are dirty animals that live in their own filth. Hold on, get the dog back in. He wants in. Back in a second. I'll play this.
You have 7
yeah,
laws.
7. Yeah,
7 laws. Like
so do you know Nuriel? He's on YouTube. His channel is Round Thinker.
No.
He's in Israel there. I talk to him often, and so he's told me a bit about the rules, the 7 laws for Gentiles. So
yeah, and even those laws were hardly kept by the Gentiles, so it's not easy. When we have about 613 laws, and we cannot keep all of them, and we screwed up many times, and every time we did so, it was written in our books not to forget that what we did wrong, in order to learn from our mistakes. But whoever is going to tell you, oh, the Jews didn't do that and they're not capable, just they have to look at themselves, because even for 7 laws they can keep 7 laws.
Oh, you think it has to do with their hooves, Lindsay? It could be right. I could be based on. I think there's something. I used to work for a Muslim family. They're Lebanese when I was a kid. And that's what they kind of told me. There's something to do along with that. Hey, how's it going there, Illusion? Yeah, more baking for us. That's right. Funny enough, I had my father-in-law used to drive for the NHS, and used to drive a lot of doctors around. And there's a lot of Muslim doctors. And you know what? You know how often they would they'd eat pork. And apparently, let's see, if a Muslim eats pork, what the punishment is that their God or Allah just doesn't answer the prayers for like 10 days or something like that. So a lot of them just go, oh, whatever, I'll just eat it anyways. Yeah, I like it, and they'll eat it anyways. So I don't know so much about the Sam or the when she's talking about the Gentiles or 7-day Adventists or the Jewish religion. If there's any if there's something, if they eat pork or something like what if there's any kind of punishment. But I do know that's what some of them said. So he's told me with some of the Muslims is the fact is if they eat pork and stuff, then it's just that their God won't answer the prayers or listen to their prayers for like so many days or something like that, and they just go, oh, whatever. So some of them just don't care. I thought that was kind of funny. They'll say don't eat, don't tell my wife. I know it's like they'll eat it anyways. Just don't. It's like shit. Oh, okay. Not that strict, I guess.
I just say all that is wrapped up very nicely in Hebrews chapter 9. Oh, as an aside.
Oh, okay.
Check it out.
Yeah, bacon. And I have bacon at least. Well, I used to have at least one strip of bacon and maybe an egg or 2 eggs every morning. And my eldest daughter does too. She likes her bacon and eggs for breakfast.
Check it out on some other time.
No problem. So let's go back to the methods you have and to see things. So you see, I'm coming from the outside and being objective. Again, yeah. I see a growing movement. I see people like Eric Dubay, David Weiss. I see people like Mark Sargent, that expose things in a way that it's so clear and so easily checkable, and they also tell you,
Sam,
double check.
Sam, you've been fooled. You didn't check those things well yourself.
Okay, maybe
don't be fooled by them.
No problem. But you know what?
Oh, come on, Andy and Fornicated. We all know gingers don't have souls. Come on.
When you
approach, you're too nice to be fooled by them.
I tell you something. When you approach subject, you have to approach it. You have to take a general look at everything.
Oh, is that why, Andy? All right. They said pigs has a very fast digestive system and are scavengers. That's why Jews and Muslims see them as dirty. All right. Lindsay said, according to Leviticus 11:3, animals like cows, sheep, and deer that have divided hooves and chew their cud may be consumed. All right. Oh, there you are. Lindsay also says pigs should not be eaten because they do not chew their cud. The ban on the consumption of pork is repeated in Deuteronomy 14:8. Oh, there you go. I'm fornicated. I have a how old is she? Should be, she's 15. Should be 16 this year. This year, I have a 12-year-old, and I have a 12-year-old and a 9-year-old. So yeah. So I do have. You see a pendulum teenager. My eldest, she's quite laid back. She's quite a good kid. So unlike you, all my kids actually, they're fairly well behaved. So they're not too bad.
So on one side, I see
lucky, I guess,
the nature of these people, because I've lived already a little bit. I know people a little bit, not too much, but I know a little bit. So I see people, good guys, explaining you things that you can check out and that actually make sense. And then most importantly, that match what's written in the Torah, because in the Torah there's no such thing as a globe. It doesn't exist in the Torah. It's never been written. It doesn't appear. So
apparently I did ask look this up, and the Torah explains the Earth as having 4 corners, but then as a lot of religious books, it's down to interpretation, and the 4 corners could be the 4 directions. So it could just simply be the 4 cardinal directions: northeast, north, south, east, west, and that could be seen as the 4 corners. So take it as you like.
It checks out with our holy books that you don't have to believe in. There's no problem with this. I respect this. And on the other side, you have a bunch of guys that are somehow yelling.
Once again, the Torah, as with the Bible and any other religious book, was written by people hundreds, if not thousands of years ago, and they would have wrote it in a way of how they were thinking, of how their current worldview was then, and that's it. So, I always like this. They always go on about religious books and stuff like that, but a lot of them are like this old, like books that kind of helped. Sorry, just reading the chat. And it's just like old way of thinking, and not really, and they don't update it. And no religious book should be seen as a religious book that says everything how our reality is. That's what science is. Science is a way of being able to investigate, test, and find out about our environment around us, and what how our natural world works. Religion is more about ways of how to maybe formulate values and how to kind of steer you in a more of a philosophical or moral way. And that's all it should ever do. It should never be on. Those two should always kind of be. One is more for the more personal thing and how to formulate your values and stuff like that. Another way is more about how to investigate the world around you and what is demonstrably true and factual. Hey, how's it going, DB Debugs? How's it going, my friend? Derp Avengers, assemble! No, wait, hold on. Derp Avengers, assemble! Okay. Sorry. Too dramatic? Nah, I think it's alright.
Out of in the dark, insulting, yelling, making fun.
You mean Nathan Oakley?
No, I mean.
Well, yeah, illusion. I mean, that's the thing. There are some really shitty things in a lot of these religious books as well, and the Bible is an interesting book. But is violent. Oh, I
mean, all the for example, when you go on Facebook and you see like a page or a group that says Flat Earth, Society, or Flat Earth Friends, or Flat Earth this. So you go in and you want to share a video, and then you have like 100 trolls that come in and say, haha, make fun of you. So it's not like, Flat Earth friendly people. So those are, stage pages that are fake groups. And there's so many of them that it cannot be done by, individuals. It has to be done by an organization. Yes,
DP. Well, I can never have too much cowbell. I don't have a bell for cowbell, so... I got this one. Not that one. How about this one? Not that one. That's the bad one. This one. That's the one. All right, let's continue on. Sorry, messing with my freaking soundboard.
Be done by
whatever.
individuals. It absolutely can be done by individuals that just like having a laugh.
Not so many.
Absolutely.
Not like hundreds and thousands.
There aren't hundreds and thousands.
There are.
There might be dozens of Facebook groups that are dedicated to mocking.
Thanks, DP debunks. I'll have to figure out a way of getting some cowbell somehow on this.
It's very hard even to find like one true Facebook page now.
I am in dozens of true Flat Earth Run Facebook pages or groups, dozens of them.
Yes, so if there is
I don't generally comment in there because I get kicked out pretty quickly.
Oh, it depends how you comment. You can, usually people of Flat Earthers are
next episode, yeah.
Oh no. It depends on the people. Of course, there are some that are open to actual open interchange, not intercourse. But there are lots of flat earthers that.
Yeah, sorry, I was pretty sure. Let me turn that. There's probably a way to turn that down. So I'll have to figure it out here.
We'll say anybody that's is a dissenter is immediately kicked out, and I've been booted from bunches of groups just for posting measurements.
Right, kitty cats come to
somebody will say they'll make a claim about the earthy globe and curve being measured, right? They'll say it hasn't been done. I'll say, oh well, here is a link to 15 measurements of the curve, and then I'm out.
I understand. Have you ever done like David Weiss, like public conferences in front of a crowd? Explaining things, like with a board and with videos.
No, have I?
Yes,
I've done it once. Yeah.
Why once? You're so obsessed with
because the demand for that is not really large because people know the Earth is a globe.
You're kidding me? There's a big flat Earth movement all over the world now. If you have proofs that the Earth is a globe, not only you can make like 200 grams.
The flat Earth community, the people that believe in flat Earth, are such a tiny microscopic amount that why would you have conferences about that? And even the flat Earth conferences nowadays, I think I heard of one that they had somewhere, and it was like maybe all of maybe 30 people turned up, if that. I mean, just nobody cares, right? I got more people that show up on Comic-Con locally dressed up like freaking manga characters in flat Earth crap.
Because David Weiss is going to pay you like 3 bitcoins, and second of all, it will interest.
Stop! David Weiss is a scammer. That's a scam. He does not have a Bitcoin challenge. There's 4 reasons. Number 1, the money's not in escrow. Don't know if he has it. Number 2, and he has control over it. So in the end, he could always just say, not going to pay. Number 2, there is no one spot that is the clearly defined official rules, the authoritative rules. He just says, give me one proof. Number 3, there is no clear, objectively measurable acceptance criteria. What will he accept as his proof? Unknown. And he can change to whatever. He just say, nope, I don't accept that. And number 4, there is no independent third party that will do the arbitration if there's a disagreement. It's a complete challenge. Many people have submitted to him proofs, and he just says, nah.
I should sample that. Stop. Yeah. I need to figure out a way, because obviously this little deck here has got stuff in it. I can't change it. I don't think there's any way of reprogramming the buttons in this. No, but I maybe you can find a way of putting it on my computer, so maybe it's something I'll have to look into doing. I got some homework to do, don't I?
So what is the actual here? Answer this question, Sam.
I mean, the whole thing is like David Weiss owes so many people those 3 bitcoins, or I think he even did 6 bitcoins. I mean, he owes just the most recent one is Critical Think. He owes him 6 bitcoins. He'll never pay. He owes I think MCToon money. He'll never pay. I think he owes FTFE. He owes loads of people these Bitcoin challenge. He's probably had to pay that out so many times he'd be absolutely flat ass broke. But David Weiss, he's got the ultimate thing for his Bitcoin thing, and that is that's all he has to say, and he moves on and doesn't have to pay at all. So and it's like David Weiss is like Bitcoin challenge is like, what is it? Third riddle of derp. All flat Earth challenges are fake.
No.
We don't know. He doesn't say.
As true DVD bugs. Dave owes himself bitcoins. He's proved the globe so many times. Yeah. I'll have to check it out, Andy. I think I have seen that with OBS. You can set up samples to trigger with macros. I think I'm still learning with OBS how to do all this stuff. So, like I said, I got some stuff. I'm gonna have some more free time coming up. I've been so busy with projects around the house and stuff like that, and I still got a few more I have to do. Some stuff I'm working with the wife getting things done, and some I have to do myself. So, I got a 94 Japanese vehicle that has sills that still need welding up. So, and I'm the only one that can do it. So, and I'm not paying somebody else to weld them. I'm not when I have my own MIG. So,
But here's my question to you, Sam. What will he accept as globe proof? Do you know? Would he accept a photo? Would he accept proof's a proof? No, it's not. Would he accept a photo? No, he won't. Will he accept measurements of the curve? He doesn't say. Would he accept a flight? Would he accept a flight chart? Don't know. He has never said what he would accept. So when you say a proof's a proof, there's no such thing as a definition of what.
Illusion. I mean, Sam. He's just a bit of an extremist, anyways. So I mean, you're not surprised. He's proud of that behind him.
What is a proof? He doesn't have any clear, objectively measurable criteria for what he will accept.
Well, in that case, it's very easy to.
And you can't state it. Exactly. That's his scam. Everything about his app is around that scam of him saying that he has this fake challenge. And of course, the people don't know that. He's like, if you don't believe me, download the app and watch the videos. Download the app, money, money, money. That's what Dave is doing. He goes onto these shows. He does this presentation. People are like, Dave Weiss, you just lied a whole bunch. And then he's like, I'll do this Bitcoin challenge. All you need to do is spend money and then watch the video. But he doesn't even state.
Hey, people, just quickly here, don't forget, at the top got pinned is Unfornicated. Go to his YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe to his channel. But first, before you do that, subscribe to my channel, click the like button, and share this out. And let your friends, family, and enemies know that the Earth is definitely not flat.
How you can communicate to him the solution that he pretends that he wants to have. How do you communicate to him the globe proof if you have it?
Yeah, exactly. As DP Debunk says, when is a proof not a proof? When a flatties asked for it. Because as soon as you give them the proof, they move the goalposts and run away and shout, "Nah."
To ask him, not me.
Exactly. He does not state it in his challenge.
Oh, okay.
If there's no way to submit your challenge that's stated, how could somebody even know how to submit their challenge? Do you email it to him? Well, he doesn't respond to emails.
You're talking about money. Okay, the guy's taking three bucks for like an app that cost him maybe a lot of money. But anyways, he just gives.
He makes money on it.
Yeah. Just also, what about you? Are you sponsored for what you're doing? Because what you do takes a lot of time. It's a lot of effort. That's why I respect how. Yeah, well, it takes money, it takes time, it takes and I'd say maybe someone is sponsoring you to you're not. So you do this. I feel.
Hey, people listening, if anybody wants to sponsor me, let me know, and I will state that I've been sponsored if I'm sponsored. But please,
okay,
I'd love to. I'd love it.
Okay.
Maybe some wealthy Israeli wants to back me. That'd be great. Let them know. Let them know, Sam. I'm up for it.
Flat Earth is growing in Israel too, very much. People in Israel are not like they like to think. It's very hard to fool an Israeli. But
let me ask you this:
yes,
How could the sun set? How could the sun set?
The sun doesn't set. In the Torah, for example,
of course it does. 8 billion people see the sunset every day.
Well, you can see a train also disappear into the horizon. It doesn't set. It doesn't go down. It's not.
How's it going, Aldebron? Aldebron, nice to see you. Just watching my favorite female golfer. Oh yeah, my brother-in-law watches golf and plays it, but it's just something I'm not big on watching sports anyways, and golf is just a bit too slow for me. That's the best way, DP debunks. He said that every time Flat Earther has presented evidence to MCToon, he's encouraged it, engaged with it, good faith, put it to a test methodically, and destroyed it. And that's why Flat Earthers don't like to give evidence, because they know it'll falsify their narrative. Ghostbusters scene. Nice son for a kid. That'd be a good one, yeah.
No, it's a different
It's
thing. The sun is not
you see the
literally
rails,
sitting on the
you
surface.
can see thousands of people see the rails going and joining. They never join. So don't trust your eyes.
Exactly.
It's just, so I tell you, in the Torah,
Don't trust your eyes. Usually,
don't
flat earthers
trust.
usually say trust your senses.
No.
Okay, so
check the
how
contrary.
high is the sun? How high is the sun then?
So I tell you, according to what I believe I understood. First of all, in the Torah, you see, there's never the movement of the sun going up or down. It is never said the sun is rising or the sun is setting. It's never.
In the English translation, it says setting and rising.
Of course it is, but not in Hebrew. In Hebrew, the translation is the sun shines and the sun comes. When it says that, it sets,
Okay.
it means
so
it does. That means
it doesn't apply. Okay.
it's always above the earth. And when it's very easy when you.
How high? How high above the earth?
I don't know. I know it's in the
well,
atmosphere.
no, hold on. This is very important.
Local. We don't. I don't have.
Very important.
Well,
if it's
Yeah, well, the Torah isn't a scientific book now, is it? Like I said, is one that's open to interpretation. It's got metaphor, and it's more for just maybe helping to formulate and guide you in your religious belief to have maybe some sort of moral compass and stuff. Definitely has nothing to do with the interpretations and in how it's how maybe the people who wrote it, who were probably like a long time ago, some cats decided to come and rub themselves against the computer, and they probably had very limited knowledge and stuff compared to what we have now. One thing is they didn't have rockets, did they? They could take pictures of the Earth from space, like we do now.
local, that's easy to measure.
Give me half the NASA's budget, and I'll tell you everything.
You don't need half the NASA's budget.
About the dome, about everything.
Yeah, like I can show you the sun rise and set with just like, well, we have don't have clouds like we do right now. I can go to a park that's just off or looks over top of the city, and you can watch the sunset right there, and you watch it disappear bottom up. So it's not hard.
Sam, stop. Yes. People figured out the shape of the Earth before NASA, and it was hobbyists.
Yep.
So ignore everything NASA has ever said about the shape of the Earth. The evidence is still there. The distance to the sun has been measured without NASA before NASA existed.
Yeah, and how long?
So by hobbyists, and so I'll ask flat earthers again, and they.
I like that unfornicated. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Never answer how high is the sun.
Yeah,
you don't need a budget to do it. If it's local, you could just triangulate it.
Since when that idea of the Earth being a globe has been enforced into the
2,500 years?
Big mistake. This now you have a big mistake. You checkmate. It's been about 600 years.
Nicholas Earth is a globe.
Exactly. Nicholas of Cusa is the first one. Is a bishop. Is a Catholic bishop. Is the one that started saying this.
No, it's
not.
Who did you hear this from? Who did you hear this from?
In Wikipedia. Go ahead, Wikipedia. It's good. Good enough.
Okay, go ahead. Keep saying. I'll pull it up.
Okay, Nicholas of Cusa. Just check it out. In 1440, is the one that started stating that the Earth is a globe.
So we pronounce it Copernicus, right?
No, not Copernicus. Before Copernicus, Nicholas of Cusa, C-U-S-A.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, it's a bishop. It's a Catholic bishop. The Catholic Church is behind all the beliefs that you have about science. Is behind modern science.
So you're claiming that he's the one that introduced the idea that the Earth was a globe.
I'm an investigator. I see what's
contradiction of this entire book here, which I've read. Jeffrey Burton Russell, Inventing the Flat Earth, goes over the history of the written talking about the shape of the Earth. Goes back much longer than
all the civilizations of the Earth. All the civilizations knew clearly that the Earth was.
Except for the fact that like the Catholic Church, except for the fact that the Catholic Church was like calling anybody who said that the Earth was a globe or the Earth is rotating a heretic and was burning them at the stake, or stuff like that. So. Yeah, I don't know until like Copernicus and stuff like that came out. Sorry, I'm gonna look up what he's talking about. So who's he talking? What's this fella?
No, not Copernicus. Before Copernicus, Nicholas of Cusa, C-U-S-A.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, it's a bishop. It's a Catholic bishop.
C-U-S-A.
The Catholic Church is behind all the beliefs that you have about science. Is behind modern science.
So you're claiming that he's the one that introduced the idea that the Earth was a globe.
I'm an investigator. I see what's
contradiction. All right, let's see here. I'll bring it up here. Nicholas Cusa. So Nicholas Cusa, 1401, 11th August of 1464, referred to as Nicholas of Cuse and Nicholas Cusans, was a German Catholic bishop and polymath, active as a philosopher, theologian, jurist, mathematician, and astronomer. One of the first German proponents of Renaissance humanism. He made spiritual and political contributions to European culture. A notable example of his mystical or spiritual ratings on learned ignorance, as well as his participation in power struggles between Rome and the German states of the Holy Roman Empire. As papal legate in Germany from 1446, he was appointed cardinal in his marriage by Pope Nicholas V, 1448, Prince Bishop of Brixen. 2 years later, in 1459, he became Vicar General in the Papal State. Nicholas has remained an influential figure. 2001, the sixth centennial of his birth was celebrated by four continents, and commemorated by publications of his life. Let's see, anything here about Germany, father. I was looking here to see if there's anything that mentions of him. Philosophy, science, and mathematics. Most of Nicholas's mathematical ideas can be found in his essays. The Doctorate Ignoranti of Learned Ignorance, De Vinci Deli on the Wisdom of God, and De Conspiracies on Conjectures. He wrote on squaring the circle in his mathematical treatise. Mathematics played his key role in for conscious in orienting the human mind towards God. Mathematical figures provide a means for the mind to consider how figures may be deformed and transformed, and thus prepare the mind to reach to concedence of opposites in absolute maximum being. I don't see anything here so far that said anything about him posing the globe. There we are. But in the Catholic, okay, the astronomical views of the cardinal are scattered through the philosophical treatises. The events complete independence of traditional doctrines, though they are based on symbolism of numbers. On combinations of letters and abstract speculations rather than observations. The Earth is a star like all other stars. It is not the center of the universe. It is not a rest, nor are its poles fixed. The celestial bodies are not strictly spherical, nor are their orbits circular. The difference between theory and appearance is explained in relative motion. Had Copernicus been aware of these assertions, he would probably have been encouraged by them to publish his own monumental work. Like Nicholas was also wrote about the possibility of plurality of worlds. So he kind of proposed the fact that Earth was not a center of the universe, and he said it was a star like any other star. So and what do you say? And listen, the universe is not a rest, nor is its poles fixed. It's like a star. And celestial bodies are not. It says celestial bodies are not strictly spherical, nor are their orbits circular. Difference between theory and appearance, and explained by relative motion. In medicine, he introduced the improvement of which he, in an altered form, continued to use to this day. The improvement was counting the pulse, which is up to up to his time had been felt and discussed in many ways, but never counted. Nicholas of Cusack proposed to compare the rate of pulses by weighing the quantity of water run out of a water clock while the pulse beat 100 times. The manufacturer of watches with second hands has since given it a simpler method of counting, but the merit of introducing this skillful kind of observation to clinical medicine belongs to Nicholas of Cusack. All right, cool. All right, so well, he kind of laid the groundwork that I said if Copernicus had read it, maybe he would have been like encouraged. So, some merit to what Sam said there, but kind of in a roundabout sort of way. He didn't actually say the Earth is a globe, but he did say it's a star and not the center of the universe, nor is it fixed or stuff like that. So, interesting.
Prediction of this entire book here, which I've read, Jeffrey Burton Russell, Inventing the Flat Earth, goes over the history of the written talking about the shape of the Earth. Goes back much longer than
all the civilizations of the Earth. All the civilizations knew clearly that the Earth was flat.
And they all said that the sun goes under the Earth.
Since 100 years old. I'm talking about just about the shape of the Earth being not a globe. Even the Torah, that's it's been written like 4,000 years ago, just clearly says it. It's very easy to prove it.
It never said in that though. Looking at Wikipedia, that the church actually that they supported or backed up his assertions or anything like that. Just the fact that it seemed to be something he was doing on the side, as doing some maths and astronomy.
I'm looking at.
It's the Catholic Church 600 years ago that started with this, and they started inventing science as soon as they knew that they were going to have to discover America. So we check that out also. We know that the Catholic Church has a heavy responsibility into making people believe that the Earth is a globe, and also heavy interests.
Okay, so hold on. I'm checking your. You said check the Wikipedia page for Nicholas of Cusa. I
Yes.
don't find. I'm not finding.
What
you said is there. I find one thing talking about.
Okay.
He said the Earth is a star like other stars. Not introducing the idea of a globe.
Okay.
He says it's not the center of the universe, which goes with Copernicus.
Yes.
That it is not at rest, goes with Copernicus. Nor are its poles fixed. He says the celestial bodies are not strictly spherical, which is correct.
Not really.
Nor are their orbits circular, which is correct. That goes to Kepler. The difference between theory and appearance is explained by relative motion. Very good. And then had Copernicus been aware of these assertions, he probably would have been encouraged by them to publish his own monumental work. So Copernicus, who got in trouble with the Catholic Church, was saying that the Earth was not the center.
Now you're the naive one.
Now what?
Now you're the naive one, because if you believe, that Nicholas of Copernicus was, at troubles with the church, or like the other guy, how do you call him? The guy that had like a big, trial with the church. All this is like
Bruno.
No, the how do you call him? I forgot that guy.
Funny enough, they had the astronomer. Oh, crap.
The Catholic Church is an expert in staging things.
They actually had an astronomer in the UK called James Bradley, who actually became the Astronomer Royal. And part of his observations is that he proved that the Earth's motion around the Earth, around the sun, and this is actually the church was looking for something where it could give definitive, factual, empirical evidence, and he used it by using the aberration of the stars. And he proved that he was actually a pastor of a church, and then he became. He gave up eventually, and he started teaching and became the Astronomer Royal and taught at a university. But he was actually part of the church, and his observations is what the church is where the final evidence and proof that the church used to finally say, okay, the Earth rotates around the sun. So if you look up James Bradley, he's actually was a UK astronomer and as well as a pastor as well. But his proof is what kind of was finally where the church was able to structure itself and go okay, yeah, all right. From Copernicus said and everything like that, James Bradley was able to verify it all.
For years until today, but if you believe that something that serves them. At one point they didn't agree with it. This is all. It's all.
You need
fake.
backing evidence. Conspiracy theories don't get anywhere. Anyway, so Nicholas of Cusa,
yes,
doesn't appear to have been the one that introduced the idea that the Earth is a globe, at least on the Wikipedia page where you said that I should go. There's only one instance of the word Earth on the Wikipedia page.
So it's going around. So I'm going to check it out again. But
he appears to be prior to Copernicus at suggesting that the Earth is not the center of the solar system, that it's not geocentric.
So he's a father of the heliocentric.
But that Earth is not the center of the universe, and that the stars and stuff are not strictly spherical, and that they don't, and their orbits aren't strictly circular, which is all true.
No, that would go back farther. I think Aristarchus is the one that would get credit for being one of the early introducers of that.
It was lost that the entire world, maybe if it's true, if it's not another scam, if it's true that there was a guy like 2,000 years ago that said that, it wasn't popular because the entire,
That is true, Aldebrand. Yes, the church did fight tooth and nail and everything against the change. Eventually, they said they started coming around, and then I think what it came down to the fact is that the overwhelming evidence was just that much, and because the technology advanced, that the church couldn't keep on denying it all. So they actually had to start kind of admitting that these things were actually factually true, and start to kind of incorporate it and accept it. As I said, with the findings of James Bradley, I think is one of the final things that the church finally fully accepted and embraced the fact that the Earth orbits around the sun.
Again,
geocentrism remained popular, even though Aristarchus or whoever it was made that. But yep, it doesn't. So anyway, so I don't know why you're saying that. Much prior to that, Aristotle talked about the Earth being a globe, and like I said, this is a great book. This is a great book. If you haven't read this, it's not a big book.
Yeah, well before Copernicus or even that fellow there. Where else go? There it is. Or even before freaking Cusack here, Nicholas of Cusack, they already knew the Earth was a globe. It was proven by the Greeks, like Aristotle and Copernicus and Eratosthenes, back in like 500 BC. So flat earthers just need to get up with the times.
Chapter 2 or 3 goes. Hold on, just so you can get this yourself. Chapter 2 or 3 goes through the whole history of the writings of people saying that the Earth is a globe, and it definitely goes prior to what was 1400.
So you see, this is what's constant with you guys is that you say that one guy.
That we have evidence.
One guy like 2,000 years ago, 2,500 years ago, one guy said that the Earth is a globe.
Lots of guys.
And then no, you just say one guy, and then you wipe out like the thousands of guys that never accepted it for like thousands of years. And it's exactly what you do with David Weiss.
No, it's the fact is that there's just that much evidence that it couldn't be denied anymore. There's just evidence upon more evidence, and observations and tests and everything that kept building on each other. Eventually, with the flat Earth had to go away because technology is advancing. We can see there's too much stuff. Flat Earth didn't work for anything, and as well as and the geocentric model didn't work anymore. It was just too much evidence to prove that was factually incorrect. So this is how we change things. Flat earthers don't realize is that how things change in science is that we have facts and evidence and empirical data that can be replicated and shown and verified.
But your claim is
one thing out of like 1,000.
I was going directly to your claim.
Just like Mikey Smith's whole firmament or his serious picture that he seems to not be able to get another one. Well, then his picture is not how a star looks, or else every star will look like that, and he could replicate that over and over and over again, and show exactly how he's done it, that other people can go and replicate that. That's how empirical evidence works. That's how peer review works. But he can't even replicate his own observations.
Sam, I was addressing your exact claim that the globe was first introduced at a certain time. And I'm saying, no, it wasn't first introduced at that time. It was introduced much prior to that. Whether or not people agreed with it wasn't the topic. The topic was, it's so common with flat earthers that you can't just stick to the topic and answer the topic.
I have a kitty that's decided to come visit with me.
topic was whether or not some particular person introduced the topic of the globe, or the idea that the Earth was a globe, at a particular year. It was much prior to Nicholas of Cusa, and this goes over the history of that.
Yes, but the entire planet, the entire Earth, and planet, you get it's a planet. Okay, it's a plane. The planet, did not.
That is true, Andy. Mike would never show his original footage or show the EXIF data of his so-called evidence. Yeah. Because he knows he'll just get falsified instantaneously.
By this for thousands of years.
But that's not the topic. That's off topic.
So wait a second. So what is the argument of the other guys not to accept that truth?
I don't know. What was what was their writings on it?
You don't care about knowing because you have somebody.
Do you have their writings on it?
So check it out. It's the same. It's the same thing. You're gonna take like a little detail, and you could just like blow it up and say, look, it's fake. And next to this, we have like so many other evidence that the Earth
you don't have any evidence. You have zero evidence.
So this is this is ping pong. Just say okay.
But you don't have any evidence, Sam. But what evidence do you think you have that the Earth is flat? What measurements of flatness do you have?
I'll tell you something I don't need like 1,000 proofs. I just like
zero.
Check it out. I also have like a P1000. I bought it in Elat not too long ago because they told me that was the last one that you could buy. And when you see like
Yes, Andy, I can replicate Mikey's experiment very easily as well. I've shown this many times. I think Mikey's actually seeing it, and that's why he refuses to talk to me.
Again, an entire boat above the surface at my level, for me, at like 5.6 miles. That's enough for me. That's enough that there's no curvature. I don't need more proofs.
You don't even understand what the globe claim is.
What you're doing is like denial. You just like reject everything.
No.
You don't understand. You don't know.
You don't know.
But it's like
you
empty.
don't know the topic. Let me show you. Here's
Yeah.
a boat. Here's the sail on a boat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the sail, right? And so as it goes away, farther and farther, I don't have a table to put it on here, right? As it goes away, it gets smaller and smaller. And if it gets far enough away, but not yet behind the curve, and it's too small to see with your eye or by zooming out on a camera, that's not over the curve. Too small to see, it's not over the curve. Here's what over the curve looks like. This is what over the curve looks like, only part of it. Okay, so have you ever seen a boat where the top half is shown, the bottom half is obstructed?
What is the map?
And then just a second, let me finish the question.
Yeah.
And then zoom brought it back.
Yes.
That's never happened. There's no video of that ever happening.
Okay, so all the hundreds of videos like on internet are all
zero.
fake.
There are zero videos of that happening.
There's zero videos of that ever happening. All they could do is they show like a little tiny boat that you can see, and they zoom it in, and they see the whole boat because it's only like a little tiny personal watercraft, and then they zoom out again. But it's out a little bit, and it's just getting resolved by the camera.
Happening. Here's every video that you're thinking of is it got too far away to see, but it did not get partially obstructed. This is what I'm talking about. This is the globe claim. Top is seen, bottom obstructed.
No, the bottom is seen.
Right.
That's the flutters. The whole point is to tell you that the bottom is seen. You don't see the boat. Zoom, you see the boat. So what?
No, but that's not the globe claim. The globe claim is that there's a curve.
Every how many miles?
Curve.
Every 2 miles, something you have to.
Lindsay, none of the flat earthers are gonna come freaking to and follow. You think Sam or Mikey's gonna come after and like do reds, even come down there or even participate or even look? They're gonna run and hide from all the rhetoric and Mike from Drunk Debunk Show. They're gonna run from all of that. They're running from Mikey's running from my shit, and I probably don't have even close to what rhetoric can do, and he's running and hiding from my stuff. So I mean, imagine he's gonna do the Reds in Astronomy Live. Shit.
Go down
1 degree every 69 miles is the curve. So
1 degree every 69 miles. Okay.
That's the formula.
Okay.
So, so the globe claim is that the bottom of the boat is obstructed by the horizon. So if you're not looking at a photo where part of the boat is visible and part is not, then you're not looking at what our claim is. You're looking at too small to see. And too small to see is not what we're talking about. We're talking about actual bottom of the boat blocked, top of the boat not blocked.
That's what you see clearly on all the videos of the flat earthers.
None. I've never seen any. I've been in debates over and over and over.
So
they make the same claim you do. And every time I say, bring it up, they never can bring it up. Every time I say, send it to me later. And you know what I never get later? I never get later a video where the top half is shown, bottom half is obstructed, and then zoom brings it back.
So according to what you're saying, they are lying. Like people in Brazil, in Japan, in France, that don't know each other.
They are
it's a collective hysteria.
Yes. It's
I understand.
It's a collectivist lie. Absolutely. Because nobody can ever do it. Here's my challenge to you, Sam. Find me a video.
Yes. Anybody who does that, they're lying. They can't do that. They never have done it. In fact, I seen one where a bunch of flat earthers trying to prove it, and they tried to do this and zoom in the bottom of the ship, and they couldn't do it. And they went, "Oh crap! Yeah, curvature of the Earth." And then they went, "Oh no, it's it has to do with perspective refraction for Ghana mirage," and it's made up a bunch of shit and ran away from it.
You're thinking of a video right now where bottom part of a boat is obstructed, top is not. Half of it. Show me half, right? And then zoom brings it up where you see the bottom of the boat.
I see.
Later, not right now. Later.
You're welcome, Andy, my friend. Yeah, I thought, you know what? Yeah, I haven't seen it here, and I thought, yeah, should give you a blue spanner. Since, you know, you seem to be in here and supporting my channel, so at least I could do, my friend.
No, I have on my video even better. You don't even see the boat. You look at the
That's
original.
not better.
You
That's
don't
not
see,
our claim.
You don't see the boat, and you zoom and you see the boat.
That's not. Better? That's just something too small to see. Can you see? Can you see the individual cells on my hand?
That's crazy.
Aldebaran, yeah, that is one thing I don't think I've ever really seen. Is that you don't really see too many of like Japanese, Chinese, the Chinese, like Korean flat earthers. You just don't see them, and that's just down.
That's the same thing.
To I think their education system and science is just far too superior. I watched a video. It was like a series where they showed people from like kids, high school kids from South Korea, and then they were comparing it to like the United Kingdom and the high school kids here. And the South Korean kids, I mean, it's insane the amount of schooling they do and how hard they push. Wow, it's just freaking nuts. So it's yeah, even in the UK, I'm pretty sure even the UK here. I don't know. I went to school obviously 20 odd years ago, so I mean, kids are in high school. It is a bit more like they are pushing a lot more. It's like than they did when I went to school. I did it different though. I did quarter system, so it was I'd have like math, but I'd have like 3 hours of math because it might be like half the day would just be math, and the other half would be like another subject. So I had to concentrate it, but I had to pack it all within 3 months. So I actually preferred it. I found it a lot easier. I only had to focus on 2 subjects every 3 months. So.
You know, you remind me. I tell you, just to take a break.
Yeah.
You remind me a joke my grandfather used to tell me about. You know, the Christian Crusaders when they came to Jerusalem. You know, they are so known to teach absurdity, such absurdities. For example, they came, they find like a cave, and they find like a skull in that cave, and they say, "Oh, this is the skull of Jesus Christ. We found the tomb of Jesus Christ." And they came and they just kneeled and they prayed, and then there was a smart guy among them said, just check. Sorry, my lord, but that skull is apparently the skull of a child. It's not. It cannot be the skull of Christ. And then they looked at him and said, "Yes, it's true, but it was the skull of Jesus Christ as a child." You understand? This was just to tell you. Just to tell you how. I know this is.
None of that had anything to do with the conversation. I think you notice this whenever Sam gets backed into something, he just starts coming with some random freaking stupid story that makes absolutely no sense and has nothing to do with the conversation. I don't know, Andy. I think the UK's education system, it could be worse. I mean, my sister went to school for a little while in high school down in the States, and compared to Canada, they said she was automatically like almost like a university level, but in Canada she was just barely. She dropped out and had to do GED, which her husband helped her do, because she couldn't keep up in the Canadian education system. She was like just seen like as a barely making it past in Canada, but when she got on to California, she was they thought she was like freaking like so like. I'm from Western Canada, so really French and stuff like that, it is taught, but it's not really pushed that much because nobody really gives a crap about French in Western Canada. If we do learn it, most of the time we forget about it. go to high school, he doesn't take it anymore. We forget about it. Don't give a crap. And move on, right? So by some of the U.S. stuff, I mean, I think U.S. has got like actually 4 per capita for being a Western society, and obviously one of the richest countries in the world. They have a high rate of people who can't read, right? That are just like illiterate. It's quite insane. So I think it depends on where you go and stuff like that. But I don't know. You know, I think the only thing here is that they seem to kind of push. They go have No Child Left Behind, so they seem to kind of push them through. So it's kind of like get GCSEs, get A levels, get your S levels, whatever, and hopefully you can get through and get it. Obviously, you can go back and like redo some of them in sixth form and stuff like that. But it's yeah, I think it's just more kind of like they push them through, and sometimes some kids aren't ready or should. Maybe they slack off too much, but we'll see.
To make a parody out of this, it's a joke. But to tell you that, you know, you can doubt things, you know, but you know, within reason. Like,
I mean, honestly, my daughter can speak Spanish fairly well. She can speak Russian fairly well. Obviously, she speaks English, and I think she's learning something else. She loves languages, so she's taken upon herself. But she's done like she freaking absolutely smokes it in doing Spanish in her senior school right now.
What you appear to do is like you deny everything, but it's too hard to buy. You know, like the way
I'm not denying. I'm telling you that you aren't addressing the globe claim. The globe claim is that the bottom of a boat is obstructed by the curve, and you're saying it's too small to see. That's a different thing. We don't say too small to see is proof of globe. We say bottom up obstruction is evidence for globe. And you say Zoom brings it back, but you don't have any examples of Zoom bringing back something that's half obstructed.
And if we did, you will join us?
Sure.
I got you now. Okay, check it out.
I know there are none.
Go
ahead, grab that video after the fact of partially obstructed, and then Zoom bringing it back where you can see the
bottom. Check it out. Now to go up to another level, a little bit more serious. You see.
And Sam has never provided. There's been 10 months. No evidence has ever been provided.
About David Weiss, I'm talking about. You know, repeatedly in your videos, I quote you. You say, okay, that he's a scammer. You know, David scams. Rosenbar is a scammer. He's a liar. He's a piece of filth. You think all flat earthers are idiots, and you know, I respect all that. You know, this is your opinion. I have no problem. You know, you can say whatever you feel. Flat Earth Dave is an easily deceived idiot. Is a pathological liar and scammer. So I tell you something. When you hear this, you know, when you listen to a man, you know, on one side that you know looks, you know, clean cut and you know seems to have some reasoning and some logic, and then you see that he's losing somehow his control.
He's a dipshit. Come on, Andy. We know he's a dipshit. Sam's just a freaking absolute freaking. Oh, he's been scammed by David Weiss, and he's too stupid to realize he has.
Like this somebody else. Because he doesn't agree with him, or because he thinks he's evil.
It's not because I disagree with him. It's because he's factually a liar.
You see, you're losing your credibility. You're losing everything.
But I can prove that he's a liar.
No problem.
Yeah, I love when Flat Earthers just start claiming this. You're losing credibility. You're losing. You're like this. Like no, it's been proven to be a liar. Like I can, and MCToon is like I can legit disprove that that David Weiss is a liar. I can prove David Weiss is a liar, and I have proved David Weiss is a liar. So it's not hard. David Weiss talks so many lies. Just pick one and just just pick something he's claimed, and you can show that he's a liar.
I've done that to you already.
But the fact,
you know how we know David Weiss is a liar? Because you know when he's lying, because he's talking about anything to do with science. He's lying.
At one point, when you insulted, that means, and this for us is an indication that somehow we are right.
Yeah, you're literally losing the debate, bro.
Identified a liar in your midst that you don't call out yourselves?
No, not because of this.
That addresses your credibility, not mine.
No, not because of this. Because of the fact that you openly insult him and mock him. That is not.
He deserves it.
Yeah, because he's a dumbass.
I proved it.
David Weiss is a liar.
But in that case, as soon as you lose control and that you insult and mock people, all you can prove is that actually you're like angry. And you should not be angry.
You should check out your.
Just like Lindsay Boyd said, Dave's app uses the globe for its friend finder function, and then Dave lies and says that it uses the flat Earth. Dave is a liar. Dave is a scammer. And we all know David Weiss is a scammer. The only people that don't know is people like Sam, because they're too stupid to realize it.
Your fellow flat earther, Nathan Oakley,
You
and
see,
see how that goes.
I give you an example in the Torah. You see Pharaoh, which is the worst, piece of garbage ever. What he did to children, what he did to, people, is a real, piece of filth himself. But the Torah and God also teaches us always to respect your enemies. When you see an enemy, even a guy like this, we always have to, respect him, because he makes efforts also to fight you. So somehow it's respectable. And this is what you have to gain.
I'll tell you how
you should gain the respect of people. You should gain more respect by playing fair game. Play fair. Okay, you don't agree with Dave. You believe he's lying and everything. No problem. Just try to prove it.
It's not believe that Dave's lying, and factually prove that Dave is lying. Yeah, I do agree with that. Unfornicated. I think there are different places, like in the States and stuff, where the education system is better, and it's probably down to more like a state level where they've maybe pushed the level up and tried to do a lot better. And there are like a lot of places that really do slack and stuff like that. California was where my sister was at, and yeah, and it was atrocious. So yeah.
Because you're not very successful in proving anything. You just say things, just claim things. Very successful in proving that he's a liar. So let me explain to you how I typically begin interacting with a flat earther, and Dave Weiss is no different. I will give them factual information, right? And I started long ago. I posted on Dave Weiss's YouTube channel, and he deletes my comments or doesn't allow them to be published. Well, there you go with the respect. If I give you a respectable factual comment and you don't allow it, you didn't earn any respect there. Well, that's what he thinks about you. Right. I usually pin if somebody comes to my channel and disagrees with me, I will often pin their comment right to the top so everybody can see it. I don't generally block people unless I block the actual, like, there's bots that do spamming on YouTube. YouTube auto blocks them now better than before. But the only people that I block are ones that are making the types of insulting comments that have no place in any discourse, right? Claims of adults doing things to children. Yeah. Those don't get approved, and those people sometimes will just get banned. But for the most part, everybody gets to comment on my videos, and people that come into my live chat, they get to comment. If they're disagreeing with me, they get to comment. And I have moderators on my channel, and if they block things that a flat earther might come in and say, I will take.
Oh, is Dr. Shiva doing a proper scientific study with David Weiss? I did see that where Dr. Shiva offered to do that with David Weiss. I didn't know David Weiss can take him up on that. So interesting, we did. But yeah, like as MCToon said, he doesn't block anybody unless they say absolutely something horrendous, and then they get blocked or comments get taken down. I have not had that yet. I have had flat earthers in my I've had flat earthers on my YouTube, like coming obviously my live streams. I've had one or two. Obviously on 4K knows about that one there with Timothy. And you can still see his comments are still on my stuff now. I've never took them off. I've had Nathan Oakley comment on one of my videos. All his comments are there. I've obviously I've obviously responded back to him, and I think I even did a quick one where I did a stream, a video where I addressed his comments, but they're all still there. I've never had to take anybody or block anybody, and if anybody's willing to come, welcome to come into my comments, come into my live and disagree with me, but they better make sure they bring facts and evidence. Aldebaran, I was timed up by Mikey yesterday. Note to self: never mention planes on the planet in Mikey. Aldebaran, I think I'm pretty sure like I am completely blocked off his channel. Like if I try to comment on there, my comments don't show up at all. I think my other account, which is another primary account that I use, is the same thing. I'm not, don't show anything, right? Like it's just they just block all my comments. Andy, I would love to freaking run Nathan Oakley in the pub. I think that would be hilarious. I guarantee to you right now, he would not speak to me or you, definitely not me, like he does online. He would not speak like that to person. I guarantee he would not speak to me like that face to face. He'd be running and hiding and hoping that, you know, his friends help him out, because he would not. I can 120% guarantee he would shut his gap. He'd be like a little mouse. He'd squeak and run away. But I would love to see it.
Take away their moderator privileges. I've done it before.
It's just like when Witsit claimed that nobody was saying anything to him, that they stayed online, and then when Craig McNeil, FTFE, seen him at the last modern day debates on DebateCon, and the FTFT walked right up to him, said everything straight to his face, and then Witsit would and then just fucking walked away. Called him, "You're nuts," and that was about it. That's all you could do.
So that's my stance on it. If somebody disagrees with me, you can come in there and talk.
So you're backing up. You're backing up.
But Dave doesn't. Dave, my earliest interactions with Dave, he either deleted my comment or didn't approve them.
But
so
Dave never
doesn't
insulted
get
you.
my respect.
Dave never insulted you. Never called you a piece of filth.
Oh yes, he did.
I never heard
yes, he did.
him saying this. You know,
then
I never heard him saying
your own research
about anybody. That you
didn't do your own research. He called me a demon.
Oh, okay, demon is like, it's more like, you know, it's okay. It's like, it's not just like a piece of filth, like, you know, like a.
I love that. It's like Dave never said anything bad about you. What, he called me a demon? Oh, that's not so bad. Fucking. Oh, all right. Sam, you're a demon. It's not that bad, is it? Yeah, you're a demon. You're a spawn of freaking Satan. So, but it's not that bad. You don't mind. You know, you don't mind Dave Weiss calling people that. So, I guess it's okay. You Papa Flerf can call people that all they like.
Like an idiot, like, you know, it's like,
so,
you know.
So go back to December 2nd, 2023 on Jaren's channel, and watch the video that he had after Dave met me in person.
Mm-hmm.
And he was on Jaren's channel. You can
watch
watch that.
About the one with he has a face of a goat on your face. This is the one. The, you know, goat face.
That was a different time.
Okay.
Yeah, you go watch and you listen to the words that Dave said about me there.
Okay, so what I understand.
So you don't get to claim that he has any high ground on talking to me.
I tell you the first conclusion I can have when I hear you talk and everything, I have to think. I have no other choice to come to the conclusion that it's something personal between you and David. I don't believe it's like something like it's just business. It's not business. It's personal. You have some.
Andy says I could debunk Oakley in 5 minutes if he stood in front of me just by using Celestial app. It's sunrise and sunset every minute of the day on our globe. Yeah, exactly. I could debunk Oakley just by showing him my daylight app and showing that the Earth doesn't rise eye level off the coast. I mean, debunk Oakley was asking him to show you measurements of the flat and level Earth. You can't do that. I had 6 accounts unfortunately 6 accounts banned from Mikey's streams. But in his defense, I go to a little hard into the paint with my comments. Yeah, I know. I suppose I do too.
Something personal against him because nobody.
He's personally insulted me, of course, yes. But I'm quite bothered by his repeated lies.
Brush, Mikey doesn't normally ban anybody for some reason. I don't know if he doesn't know how to or what. He doesn't, because you ever watch any of his if anybody says anything on his lives, he asks for the moderators to do it for him. He never does it himself. I don't know why he can't just say click and like mute somebody, but maybe he doesn't know how. I don't know.
Right, the one about the NASA rover, easy lie for that. He could have chosen not to lie about that. He chose to lie about. Yeah, there's another one. There's 3 photos that he has labeled Apollo 9, Apollo 11, yes. Apollo 12. All 3 of them are actually from Apollo 11.
I saw that video. I saw your video.
And he labeled them Apollo 9, 11, 12.
But he has no motivation.
I don't care about his motivation.
Yeah, yes, you do, because you're saying that to the camera. What's the scam? Where's the scam?
His motivation
no
is to
scam.
sell his motivation is to sell his app.
He doesn't need that to sell. He doesn't need to lie about Apollo 9 or 10.
Then
He
you
maybe made
tell
a
me
mistake.
why.
No, Oakley 100% lied. He listed all those pictures as being different Apollo missions and actually all from one single mission. He lied. He knew where he got them from. He knew they're all not all the same one. He's just lying and making shit up. Claim that Earth is measured flat and it's good enough for his followers. Exactly, yeah, Lindsay, yeah.
Normal, the
did
guy
he
is
lie
making like
about?
100
Oh, he
videos
made a
a month.
mistake. So he didn't do his own research. So this guy that you think is really smart and is really educated on this topic, and you are trusting him to give you information on it, he doesn't do his own research, and he believed it was Apollo 9, 11, 12 without doing his research.
Actually, I'm going to go even.
Is that your backup?
I'm gonna
He's
go
a
even,
sheep. He's a gullible sheep. Is your
no. So
defense?
I'm going to tell
Sam's such a flat. He's just freaking like absolutely freaking like, you know, on Dave White. He's just like, oh, freaking Dave's boy. Why is this? Why don't you just get on his knees and freaking just go, please, Daddy Dave, show me how you like me. I defended you. like fuck, right?
tell you even better. The fact that he made a mistake, you know, proves to me that he's human, that because
No
we all
doubt.
make mistakes, and proves to me that he's not staged. That's what he does it, you know, out of his mind, out of his heart. And of course, you know that guy, how many meetings he has a week. You know, at his age, he's like crazy. It's like it's like, of course, he's gonna make sometimes a mistake, you know. But again, the mistakes he makes don't, you know, he doesn't profit out of them. It doesn't benefit from them. He doesn't sell his app because he said that Apollo 9, you know, is a picture.
He claimed the KGB reports to NASA.
Oh,
Kiwi Brush, if you really want to wind down Mikey up, just start asking why he keeps running away from me. That seems to really get on his nerves. Come to, you can show me so clearly the Earth curve using a professional camera. Yeah. You have to watch the video. That's true, yeah.
I wouldn't be
He
surprised.
claimed the KGB reports to NASA.
Well,
The
I'll tell you
KGB, which
That is good. As an unfornicated said, Mikey had to watch a YouTube video on how to create a PDF file. Yeah. Well, you know, Mikey is a PDF file. You know what I mean?
which stopped existing shortly after 1990, he claimed last year in 2023. How many years after NASA, after the KGB stopped existing, did he claim that the KGB reports to NASA? How would he come to that ridiculous information?
But that's okay. The message is received. The Russian
It was
Secret
a
Service.
lie.
If you say the
It's a
FSB,
lie.
most people don't even know what FSB is today.
It doesn't
you say
matter.
KGB, it's okay. It's the same thing.
It's-
Yeah, Andy, I'd give Oakley a personal demonstration on physics and about velocity and was it inertia, velocity and inertia, and the relationship between the two of them,
We understand.
A lie.
Again,
It's absolutely a lie.
a mis-
as well as like, you know, mechanical advantage, how to create a lever and get leverage.
It cannot be a lie, lie made on purpose. This is what, you know, this is why I got you, because I believe that you're blowing things out of context, that you take a
So
mistake
Dave-
or an
Davis
error.
said-
Let's say an error, it didn't check. No problem.
Davis
he believes
said
it.
there's no
But-
curvature ever measured.
Well,
he
that's
said
something
that.
else. But again, it
He has
doesn't-
said there's no curvature ever measured. There has been curvature measured.
in order to accuse somebody in court, you need a motivation, you need a mobile.
No, you
need to-
don't.
Of
I
course.
don't need a motivation.
If you have a murder, if you have no
if he's
mobile, it
saying-
doesn't go.
This
Yeah,
isn't
you
a
need-
court of law. He has said that,
same thing,
that
the judgment. The way you judge is just cut short to, you know, many steps. Just okay, the guy lied, automatically just
Unfornicated, I love your sarcasm, mate. It's funny. I just find it freaking like quite funny to watch. But Oakley, the way he is, it wouldn't take much. You know, a few little cheeky comments, and you could probably trigger him pretty easy. He seems like a hothead, isn't he? So.
scammer and he wants to take your money, but he doesn't need.
He
this light
said
to
a
take my
laser.
money.
He said a laser can hit a target 100 miles away. It can't. another mistake or a lie. I don't know.
Okay,
there's
so,
two options here. Either he's intentionally lying or he's a gullible sheep.
No problem.
And you're using the gullible sheep defense. Okay, fine. He's a gullible sheep.
So check it out. Take all the mistakes he made. Okay, just count them and count all the evidence he brought.
His entire presentation.
And you're going to see
all of it. He brings no evidence. He says nobody's ever seen curvature, but there have been 600 people that have orbited the Earth.
But you see, by you saying this,
and in 1935, hold on, in 1935. Captain Stevens went up to 72,000 feet and took photos of the curve. Oh no, somebody saw the curve.
So check it out. What you're doing, for example, if you say that it doesn't bring no evidence,
this
is also not believable.
Claims.
You should say,
these are his claims. Every
right
one of
on
his
1
claims
point,
are
2
wrong.
points, 3 points, but you just said no on everything. So you're speaking out of the heart.
I'm not speaking out of the heart. I can prove that he lied about nobody seeing the curve because from 1935, there's a photograph and it was published in National Geographic in 1936. I have the magazine right behind me here on the shelf. I've got the fold out. I scanned it in. It's on my website, mctoon.net/curve. You can see the actual photograph that was taken. So when he says nobody's ever seen curvature, he's just either lying or a gullible sheep. I can prove it.
I mean, every single surveyor that's done any kind of geodetic surveying has showed and seen the curvature and proved and measured the curvature. So that's factually false. Anybody who's flown, like a pilot who's flown in a commercial airplane, has seen and proven the curvature. So, I mean, and I said, anybody who's been up in the ISS space stations, anybody who's been up in kind of Dragon capsule, even people that have been up in the freaking Blue Origin, New Shepard, which they just launched a couple days ago. New Shepard 33 went up, and seen curvature. So that's all of that is false.
Apparently,
and you believed his lie or his sheepiness.
No, I'm just looking. I'm just as an observer looking from the outside, and I see that all the proofs that you said you have, all the things that you said you proved, actually apparently are not receivable. Maybe not so much such good proofs.
Why not?
Because people just don't accept them. You should be now.
So flat earthers are saying, "Nah, got it. I know that."
Not anybody. Look, I'm a flat earther. I'm open. I come to you. You know, if you.
I mean, Aldebrand, I asked Mikey if he's ever been to San Francisco, and then tell me that house, and then ask him if house is really built on flat ground, like, or Chicago or anywhere like that. Shit.
Show me things.
Because Mikey's from Saskatchewan, and everything's flat there.
You're a flat earther. You're a flat earther. I can tell.
Of course, I'm flat earther. But that's why I came to talk to you to know more about you.
Dave said nobody's felt the spin of the Earth. So what part of the human anatomy feels constant angular motion?
This is gibberish for me. Angular motion. I don't know what you're talking about. I know that.
Right over his head. That's why if you ever see Sam without a hat on, he's bald. That's why, because so much stuff's going over his head. He just took his hair off.
Look at the Earth.
There's no part of the human anatomy that could feel that. Yet he says nobody's felt it. Of course nobody's felt it. That's not what we're able to feel.
Okay, so you decide. So how do you decide what we're able to feel and not able to feel?
Well, to determine whether or not the Earth is orbiting or
can
rotating,
you
measure it. You measure it. You said earlier, don't trust your senses, don't trust your eyes. I agree. Let's go measure to see if the Earth is rotating once a day. When you do that, turns out the Earth is rotating once a day. I have a list of, I think, 14, mctoon.net/spin. If you want to see
so why people don't believe you.
Oh, here, there's another piece of useless information here. Oh, where am I? Here we are. Yeah, I like this one. Another piece of like interesting factual information. Why was the gyroscope invented? The gyroscope was invented primarily to demonstrate the Earth's rotation. French physicist Leon Foucault invented the gyroscope in 1852 and named it to further his work on demonstrating the phenomenon following his earlier experiment with Foucault's pendulum, according to science gifts. Here's a more detailed thing. So, explanation. Early demonstrations, Foucault's initial motivation was to create a device that could clearly and visually show the Earth's rotation. Building upon his earlier work with Foucault's pendulum. Key features. The gyroscope is a freely suspended, rapidly spinning rotor allowing for more sustained and observable demonstration of Earth's rotation compared to the pendulum. Impact on physics. Foucault's invention was a significant contribution to understanding the rotational motion and paved the way for further technological advancements based on the principles of angular I think this is movement, isn't it? Angular moment. So the gyroscope that flat earthers always like to try to peddle and say gyroscopes prove the Earth isn't moving is fucking wrong, because the gyroscope was invented to show the rotation of the Earth. That's why the gyroscope was invented in the first place. So yeah, have fun with that one there, flatties.
Why don't they believe you? Why don't they believe you?
Because flat earthers have a religion. It's a religion.
And that there was called a globe probe. Or, I know, a round pound. All right, stop pissing around. Let's go.
That's why.
So get a religion yourself and just do like we.
I don't need a religion to determine the shape.
Because it don't work.
I'll just look at measurements.
This is too big. It's too.
Dave says that we're not. Dave says that we are not allowed to go to Antarctica. Article 2 of the Antarctic Treaty says freedom of scientific investigation in Antarctica and cooperation toward that end.
Oh, hold on, go back to it. That was some bad dancing on my part. Sorry, people, you have to actually see that.
Dave says that we are not allowed to go to Antarctica. Article 2 of the Antarctic Treaty says freedom of scientific investigation in Antarctica and cooperation toward that end, as applied during the International Geophysical Year, shall continue subject to provisions in the present treaty. So when Dave says that you can't go to Antarctica, that's not true.
No.
It is true. You can go.
No.
That is 100%. That's exactly, yeah. You can go. In fact, I had downloaded the Antarctic Treaty, which is not very big. It's only a few pages, on my phone, and I have read it several times because flat earthers like to bring that shit up. And then I always read all the articles and ask if they read it. Most of them say they never have actually read it. And I go, oh, right, well, hold on. I have it on my phone here. I've downloaded the PDF. It's right here. I have it. I've read it several times. Nowhere in the Flat Earth Antarctic Treaty they say you're not allowed to go. In fact, it encourages you allowed to go. And it does, but it does say that there's no military allowed in Antarctica whatsoever. It's only for scientific study, only for science. But exploration, as long as you can go down there, you can show that you can survive, that you're not going to be detriment, that you're not going to be hampering on the environment, you're more than welcome to go. And many people have gone. Freely explored and has traversed across the Antarctic all by themselves. He does have the pointing finger and not down pat, Lindsay. Yes, for sure. Sam does.
What he says is true. What you read is not true. It's a scam, because if you try to go to Antarctica, go ahead, try to go. See where they're going to send you. First of all, they're going to take like a lot of money from you if they accept you, and then they're going to.
Well, this didn't age very well, and they did it. This didn't age very well at all. Sam, hey, if you're watching this, guess what? Guess what MCToon did in December? Guess where he went? Guess what he did? And Witsit, and freaking Jaren, and freaking Oakley. I'm not Oakley, because Oakley freaking was too scared to go. And many other people, about 10 people all went. And guess what? They're allowed to go to Antarctica. And yeah, there was nobody stopping them.
Taking money doesn't mean not going.
Little island, the little things. You don't go all over the place. You have the army. And why do they block the
There's
area?
no army there.
Why can't you just get close like 1,000 miles from the area without like being stopped by the
Dave
Navy?
was offered a free, all-expense-paid trip to go to 80 degrees south latitude, not a little island. He was offered a trip and he refused to go.
Why?
Calling me a demon.
Why? Why did you refuse?
He called me I don't know. I know.
Because he wants to protect his gift. We all know
There are
that.
reasons.
But here's the point. You can go to Antarctica. He says you can't. He was offered a free trip. He said no. The reason why he can't go to Antarctica is because he refused the free trip.
Check it out. I tell you something.
He could have gone if he wanted.
I tell you something. There are parts in Israel you cannot go. You cannot just get close to them. So you can say, okay, you can come to Israel, yeah, but there are parts you won't be able to come ever.
Yeah, exactly.
Antarctica is why is it so regulated? Why isn't it free?
Hey, where are the guns, Nathan? Where are the guns, Nathan? Where are the guns? Yeah, Lindsay, this was 10 months ago. So this is like, I think even before 10 months ago, had MCToon decided to go by then? I think this is before even MCToon actually decided to started funding to go. So, this was just when they were trying to figure out if flat earthers would even go in the first place. And I honestly, full disclosure, I didn't think any flat would go. I thought Witsit and Jaren would pull out at the last second. I said it numerous times. I thought that they were going to find excuses and try to run away from this because they didn't want to lose it. Because I thought they both have too much to lose. Jaren and Witsit both having their flat Earth grift, and they try to figure out some sort of excuse to try to make it look like something happened that they couldn't go. Even Jaren admitted that I think he had secretly hoped that they would something would happen and they couldn't go, or that there'd be clouds. Because if there were clouds, they just would have gone down there seeing it and gone, we never saw the sun, we couldn't see it. There's clouds the whole time, so it didn't prove anything. And then they went down there and it was clear days, and they had no choice but to accept it. Something flatties like to always try. They never try to actually look and see, but people who traversed Antarctica solo. Few people is Colin O'Brady was the first person to traverse Antarctica solo and assisted, finishing a 932-mile trek in 54 days. He completed the journey in December 26, 2018, reaching the South Pole after skiing across the continent. Other notable solo Antarctic crossings is Lewis Rudd, a British Army captain, finished his solo unassisted trek across the Antarctica a few days after O'Brady. Felicity Ashton, a British explorer, was the first woman to ski solo across Antarctica, and Borge Ausland, a Norwegian explorer, also completed a solo trek across Antarctica through some dispute. There was some dispute the extent of his assistance, and there's many other people who have done it. There's many people. I can't remember how many, but there's a list of people who have done it, as well as obviously Shackleton done it. We had Amundsen and Scott had both done it way back in like the early 1900s. But yeah, flat earthers took 2 seconds to do a little bit, and obviously the Trans-Antarctic Solar Expeditions, as well as there was the transverse is it the transit no, it's the global the trans that's it trans global trans global expedition. And Trans Globe Expedition actually went all the way down, started in on the Greenwich, went all the way down the Greenwich Meridian, down across Antarctica, and came up the 180th, and came up the other side, all done by land, sea. They either drove or they took a boat, and this happened from 1979 to 1982. They did this. And it was done by Ralph Fiennes, Oliver Shepard, Charles R. Button, and a few other people there. They did this. You can find the whole expedition and everything. And in fact, I've seen an interview with one of the fellows who did the Antarctic part. Flat Earth. This falsifies a flat Earth. And it was done, and has been done, and you can speak to people about it. Hello, Calder. How's it going, buddy?
Free. Why is the army over there?
Why
is all the nations army over there? There's 8 bases all around. You know,
the army is prohibited from acting there. Don't you know that?
No, according to the Antarctica Treaty, all the armies, the navies are protecting the area. You cannot get close to it.
Oh, well, let me quote from you, Article 1 of the treaty. Antarctica shall be used for. You said the treaty. I'm reading the treaty.
See, yeah, what Sam is parroting is that one little clip in which they think that that some flat earthers on a little tiny personal boat a motorboat out in the sea that are fishing with a t-shirt and shorts were trying to go down to Antarctica. But in reality, if you look into it, they were actually between, I think it's Tasmania and Australia, thousands upon thousands of miles, where it was still nice and warm, and they actually never even went to Antarctica. They just ended up where they're doing some naval exercises and got in the middle of it, and they kind of kicked them out of there so they didn't get hurt.
To you, Sam.
Yes.
I'm making a liar out of you right now, Sam. Article 1, Antarctica shall be used for peaceful purposes only. There shall be prohibited, inter alia, any measure of military nature, such as the establishment of military bases and fortifications, the carrying out of military maneuvers, as well as the testing of any types of weapons. You said the treaty had military there. It says the opposite of what you said, Sam. You never read it.
So let me.
Why are you lying? You just believe flat earthers and parrot their lies, Sam.
Let me turn that around and make an idiot out of you. Why? Because the army is not in Antarctica. The army is 1,000 miles before Antarctica, blocking the access to Antarctica.
Prove it.
So that's
prove it.
There are fishes. There are boats, fishing boats being stopped by by the navy, next to to Antarctica.
Where?
There are videos on internet. Just do your own research. I made it.
I did my own research. You did.
And if anybody wants to see a really good video showing how this is completely fucking impossible, check out Unfornicated. I've pinned his YouTube channel at the top. Check it out. He actually did a video explaining all this and showing how it'd be literally impossible even if you had every single naval aircraft carrier in the whole entire world. Still wouldn't be enough aircraft carriers, and they wouldn't be able to cover the distance. So check it out. Unfornicated freaking did a fantastic video showing how flat earthers are so fucking delusional they can't even think logically.
Did not.
You see, so that's
you
the thing.
Just lied, Sam. Sam, that video you're thinking of, they were north of Tasmania.
Oh yes.
Sam, they were nowhere near Antarctica. They were wearing t-shirts. They weren't in a boat that was large enough to get to Antarctica. They had no.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, hit the like button, comment down below, hit the thumbs up, and hit the bell so you know when I'm going on live. Hey, they're called you want to hit the bell so you know I'm going to be live. It'd be awesome, right? And share it out, share it to your friends, family, co-workers, you name it. Just share it out to random strangers on the street. They'd love to see it. I'm sure they would.
Nothing to do with Antarctica, but flat earthers.
1,000 miles before. It's not Antarctica. It's 1,000 miles before.
They were north of Tasmania. Do you know where Tasmania is?
This is what you say. That's what they say.
It's in the beginning of the video. Has their coordinates. The video has the coordinates where they were stopped. So I know the video you're thinking of because flat earthers use it constantly as a claim that they can't get there because of military. But they were nowhere near Antarctica. They were north of Tasmania. Tasmania. Do you know what Tasmania is? It's that big island south of Australia. They were north of it.
Well, the video I'm talking about is that it's like off the coast of Chile. It was not in Australia. It was off the coast of Chile.
Okay. Off the coast of Chile is not Antarctica.
Off the coast of Chile is still like over 1,000 miles away. It was probably the Chilean freaking Navy because he probably got too close.
No, it's not. 1,000 miles before Antarctica, you get stopped. You don't have to go to Antarctica. Even the militaries can go there because if they were there, they would have been speaking already. So they keep them also themselves out of Antarctica. It's like close. Wait about.
So you must think that they're not.
You believe in Google?
You must not think that Will Duffy is going to actually get to 80 degrees south latitude. You must think that's not going to happen.
I don't even know who is McDuffie. I don't know.
Will Duffy is the guy that offered to pay for Flat Earth Dave to go, and Dave refused.
And why did he refuse?
Because he has to protect his grift.
This is what you say, not what he says. You understand? So you take a piece of the truth, a part of the truth, and you just open.
And Dave twists it around. Got it. So when people go to Antarctica, you know what? You could bet money on this. You could go to BetMoose. I think betmoose.com. You could put money on that, on whether or not they'll see the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Oh yes.
Yeah, if you think it won't happen, you could put money on it, and then you could win if it happens.
Wait a second, the NASA doesn't have any pictures of this? Any movies already from this? No.
Oh, there's lots of pictures and videos of 24 sun from Antarctica.
So it's not an issue anymore.
It never was an issue, but flat earthers just say nuh-uh.
Oh, okay. I understand.
They do. I can, unlike you, with this thing here, this one, I can provide videos. I'll send them to you afterwards, and your response will be nuh-uh.
So let me, I don't know how much time now we've been talking. I don't want to abuse too much of your time. 1.5 hours is not bad. Hey, it's not bad. You're fighting good, man. That's good. Check it out. The last thing I can tell you, and I'm being straight with you. It's not insulting, it's nothing. But the way I see you, I tell you.
Here, I'm just going to show one more thing here, and then we're going to wrap this up here in a second. Here, I was going to do a Dell video, but comment on Dell, but I think I'm running out of time here, so I'm just going to crack on with this one. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to see if I can bring this up. This is the Van D Globe. This just finished November last year. But I'm pretty sure. Is it still not going to show it? It should show it. Maybe not. It was showing it where you can see. Oh, there. Oh, crap. I just did it. It is taking ages here. There we are. Okay. This is tracking from the boats that went on that did the Van D Globe. It just finished in January. So here's the tracking. This was GPS tracking that they did. You can actually see different points where they went. So they came obviously from France, went down the coast between South America and Africa. Came along here. This was all different tracking. This is a race. You can see different on this thing here. You can see different points. He did different videos and different interviews. Each one of these boats was 100% tracked, GPS, and several different tracking actually, because they had to really make sure went around Antarctica and come back to the side. You can see how fast it went, their average speed, time, and everything. This was 100% only works on the globe, and this race falsifies the flat Earth. This happens all the time. I think it's every 2 years the Van D Globe happens, and people watch them take off, and then you can actually track them, and they have all the tracking and everything. So, flat earthers, we have races that go around Antarctica. We can time them and know exactly how long it takes and the speed, and that falsifies the flat Earth. Impossible on the flat Earth. So Sam, if you're watching this, which I know you do watch my videos because I've seen you comment a few times, explain that one, Van D Globe. Eh? You're from France. You've probably seen it a few times.
My personal feeling, how I see you. I see you I don't know if you're in a basement here or you're somewhere. It's in the basement.
That's
or
the ground level of my house. Right behind me is a window to out to the backyard. Yeah.
So I see you like this, denying.
Oh, Andy, you've been down there. I've seen the Van D race. That's pretty freaking cool.
With for me, what appears to be for me, empty arguments, poor arguments, and you don't manage. You cannot succeed into convincing people of so clear evidence. And somehow I see that. Excuse me.
That's right. Flat Earthers, DPs, Flat Earthers would demand that the whole race be video, non-stop, uncut video of the whole entire race from start to finish, while having satellites above zoomed right in to every single thing, non-stop, 100%, non-stop, uncut streams. Yeah, and as Lindsay said, hard to do when satellites don't exist apparently. So off satelloons, I guess they would have to be able to move and track and follow the boat somehow.
Expression. It's like some kind of an intellectual masturbation. Like you believe that you're going somewhere, but it's only in your imagination. You don't create nothing. You don't go ahead. Okay, you have like views. You have okay, no problem. But with what you claim that you have, you should have already stopped the flat Earth movement. Should have been already stopped.
But remember, flat Earth is a religion.
So if they are stupid, if we are
flat Earth is a delusional religion, and it'd be easy to stop, except for that there are stupid people who fall for the flat Earth lies and just deny the facts and evidence that completely destroys it. So when you have the powerful flat Earth then all you can do is just try to stop more people from falling into it. The flat Earth is starting to fail anyways. It's falling apart, especially after the final experiment and all the stuff coming with that. It's just absolutely destroyed the flat Earth. And Jeranism is definitely helping with that.
All religious and not too smart. Well, not very successful in being that smart because you cannot stop us. You cannot stop people from believing that what you say doesn't make sense.
You make a good point about religion, right? Have
okay.
all Jews convinced non-Jews that being Jews are the way to go? No. Have all Christians convinced all non-Christians that being a Christian is the way to go? No. Have all Muslims? Same question. But you can ask that of all religions. So have I succeeded in convincing a bunch of religious people that their religion is wrong? No.
So why don't you give up? Why don't you give up?
Because my goal is not that. My goal is to shine a spotlight on the false religion of flat Earth so that people who see it are like understand how wrong flat Earth is, because you can't explain how the sun can set. You don't know how high the sun is. You can't do celestial navigation. You can't explain the magnitude of the downward acceleration. The list of things that flat Earth can't do is endless.
But if flat Earth is a religion, who is the high priest? Who is the Pope of this? Who is the leader?
There's no religion without leader. There's no one leader. But you've got a bunch. You've got Eric Dubay, you've got Nathan Oakley, you've got a handful of them that are. But it doesn't. You don't need to have an organization.
They don't meet together. They don't.
I know. But you don't need a structured organization to have a religious belief.
Oh, okay,
right?
I understand. So it's like a free belief.
People can have religious belief. Yeah.
Like hippies.
And so there are some people at the top of it that are different tribes going that agree with it. And you see this in Islam, right? There's 3 or 4 kind of large groups, right? There's 3 large groups, as I understand, Sufi and the whirling dervish people. Shiite, yeah.
Lindsay, I love it when flat earthers say they don't have a model, and then they describe a model, which is the Gleason map, but they say I don't claim that, but yet that's all they can do is like describe it.
So there's 3, and there's a handful of others as well, and each of those organizations has their leadership. Right? So in front there isn't one, right? There isn't one.
You know, the reason that flat earthers call us flat tards is because we call them. We've already called them flat tards. We call us globe tards. It's like they started getting called flerfs, so they turned around and started calling anybody who believes in a globe glerfs because you can't think of anything original. It's like I call like the ones like freaking like Sam. He's a religious flerf. This is instantly he's just got that religious. He's just worse. He's even worse than the flerf because he's that indoctrinated that not only is he believe in the flat Earth cult, but then he's also incorporated his own religion into the flat Earth cult, so that he's even got that much more indoctrination. It just reinforces itself. He's just a religious flerf.
One overarching Islam leader, and the same as in Christianity, right? There's the Pope, but I'm not Catholic. I don't care what the Pope says. You were Seventh-day Adventist. You didn't care what the Pope said, right?
Now I do care because I'm a flat earther, so I do care what the Pope says. very much.
No, but you don't follow the Pope. You don't listen to what he says and then say, oh, okay, that's how I'm going to be. You don't care.
So I'm trying to resume. You're here, out of you, not basement, like whatever the room you're in. You are fighting to try to expose the truth to a bunch, like to millions and tens of maybe hundreds of millions of indoctrinated people that are acting as they were part of some kind of
the projection is through the roof here.
A sect or religion, something like a or secret brotherhood, maybe not just secret, but a public brotherhood, like more like
And you're talking about flat earthers?
Oh, yeah, I'm talking about you in front of that mass of people. And you're trying to convince them, and you're so obsessed in trying to convince them that you go up to insulting them.
Hello, cupcake, how's it going?
But it doesn't work. Nothing works. So I'm saying maybe something is wrong with you, not with them.
Sam, it works. I successfully accomplished my goal. I get people that talk to me regularly, usually in private, that say, because of your videos, I was looking into flat Earth and I realized it didn't make sense. I've got people that have contacted me that said, I used to be a flat earther, and because of your videos, I'm not anymore. I've got people that said, I sent your videos to a relative who was looking into it, and they're not anymore.
I'll tell you something. I have a few friends of mine that were not flat earthers until like recently, and one of the things that convinced them is exactly people like you. When they see who is the opposition.
I call bullshit. 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 No. Because if anybody watched anything like MCToon, FTFE, stuff like that actually shows facts and evidence and logic, then they would look in the flat earth and realize how stupid and ridiculous flat earth is. So I know flat earthers love saying that. Oh, you've made more flat earthers than even I have. Bull fucking shit. That's it. It's just that's 100% not true.
Position. Say what the hell? Of course, the flat earthers are right.
So
Look
yeah,
at
I get that, and
crazy.
Sam.
So you understand?
Sam, the people that don't understand elementary geometry are going to be they're the target market for flat Earth, and they're going to be fooled by it. Yep, there are
People like Mikey Smith are just not, they're lower IQ, and they're easily indoctrinated, looking for acceptance in something.
people that aren't bright enough. I get it.
Do you think at one point the flat Earth movement can take over?
No.
It can
You-
become
you need-
Flat Earthers can't even bother to even go out and get like freaking any kind of do any real science or experiments or anything like that. You think they can take over? They can take over. What, take over the Starbucks? They can't even bother to even do that shit. They can't even be bothered to even like make a legitimate model that works.
the entire
There's-
Earth
They can't even bother to even do math.
might realize that the
here's
flat.
what you need. Here's what you need. You
That
need
is
to know
true,
the height of the-
Aldebaran. Well, that's Flerf math. Losing members is a gain. Yeah, they're like Wimplo from freaking Kung Fu Hustle. Oh, I lose, which means I'm winning.
sun. You need to know what the sun's made of and how it creates its light and heat. You need to know the height of the moon. You need to know why everybody sees the same face of the moon. You need the ability to do long range navigation. Right now, all we have is globe maps. All maps that they use for long range navigation are globes. You need to provide an explanation for the 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration.
I get Leotis. Convince you, Mr. Fluff. I don't plan to convince you. We mean to just point and laugh.
You need to explain what time the sun will set based on flat Earth geometry. Right? I could go on. There's a whole bunch of things that all of these things the globe can do, and none of those things can flat Earth do.
I understand.
That's 100% true. WWF, We Were Flat, is growing every single day, getting new members all the time. People coming back to reality, and we're getting them out of the cult. We're pulling them out of the cult. Every day, new members, are joining back to come back to reality and realizing that they've been indoctrinated for a long time.
All of them.
So check it out. I just want to cut short now. I have things to do, but I just want to, thank you very much because you've been very fair, very open-minded. You just received me. I told you right up that I was not agreeing with you, that I was more like, an opponent, and that's honorable. I have no problem with this. I just would advise you maybe to, just in order for you maybe to sell, more of what you want to sell, just to, try to give up, losing, your control, and by insulting people, it doesn't bring you, just diminishes you, just brings you down. People see you insulting, usually brings you down. The one that insults is the one that lost, is the one that is the loser. Losers insult people. Losers, just curse people.
I'm
Oh, that'd be Nathan Oakley, Nathan Thompson, nearly all flat earthers. Even David Weiss says they're, insulting people all the time. So, yeah, that's pretty much 99.99% of flat Earth right there. Is all they really have is this freaking unfounded insults because they can't prove anything. So as soon as you ask them a question, they just throw insults and run away, claiming victory.
sure that
people that have the truth with them, they don't have to lie. They don't have to
I'm
yell.
sure
They don't have
Nathan
to
Oakley would appreciate that. You should definitely tell him that.
Check it out.
Yeah.
This is a truth,
Exactly.
universal truth. People that have the truth with them, they don't need to curse. They don't need to insult. They don't need to mock. People that mock, that insult, are the ones that are losers. Are the ones that are not right. Are the bad side, the evil side.
That's the flat earthers.
The
Then.
Nathan Oakley side. Yeah.
That's the flat Earth cult right there. Yeah, I'm pretty much flat Earth cult 101 is insult everybody who believes in the globe and doesn't believe in the flat Earth.
Well, just this is the
Or
way.
anybody who believes in flat Earth and then comes back to reality, then pretty much turn on them, call them everything, drag them through the mud, and turning back on them and just causing shit. Yeah, Craig does insult a bit. I think Craig sometimes he'll start off okay. I know sometimes he's getting better. When he starts off okay, tries to have a nice rational conversation, and then when people start kind of acting up a little bit or stuff like that, or they say doing stupid things and don't tend to sit and listen to logic, and at least try to listen and engage, then he loses his shit. Except for that debate he did, the is God evil? I mean, I don't know if he was just doing that just just went into it. It seems like he just went into it just to freaking like shout and just mock and stuff like that. But then again, the fellow wasn't really engaging or even like talking. Even then, we just wanted to ask just a simple question: is the flood, is wiping out the whole world evil? And the guy just simply just like listened and then moved on to something and didn't engage, and that did kind of piss him off. So, but then he was also laughing, so who knows? I think a little bit of mocking, yeah. I agree. Like I laugh at people. I kind of make fun of freaking Mikey a little bit. I make fun of freaking Sam. I do mock and laugh and like kind of poke fun and call bullshit. But I do try to engage more with facts and evidence. I try to, if I can show something, and try to kind of back up things and to falsify their claims. I think I do. That's more my style. I like to do that. So I find people seem to be engaging more with it. So if my streams always aren't as flowy, don't maybe work as fast as like this. I could sit here and just like laugh and poke fun and just move on. But I do like to stop and bring something up. I'm trying to kind of find a balance between that. So, yeah.
I see it, and it's too bad because you have some apparent good reasoning, but the way you put
it makes for a long stream
out,
though.
By denying totally, like David Ernst doesn't have nothing right. Everything he says is wrong. It cannot be possible.
But
even
Sam,
Hitler was right on some points.
Sam.
On Aldebaran, yeah, Lucas was completely freaking passive aggressive, and he was just being an absolute freaking bellend, really. I mean, the only thing is, I thought I could have pulled him on a few things. I did try to, I did comment to Craig on X. I follow him on X, and also on his live stream because I was watching it. I was seeing like he should have pulled him as soon as they went. Lucas said something along the lines of like, God says, thou shalt not kill, and then, but the whole like the flood was fine. I was like, oh, so God knows that ending people's lives is bad, but it's okay if he does it, right? So, it's okay if he says it's okay, but then who said he's okay? Who said that God says it's okay to go wipe out all those people, and go into like the Crusades and stuff like that? Who said that? Because somebody said that God said that. But how do you know God said that? Well, because that guy over there said that. Well, who said that? Well, the Pope. Well, how do you know? Well, the Pope said he talked to God. Well, how do you know? Did you see him talk to God or no? He just told me he did. All right. So the Pope wants you to go do this thing. Because he said that, but how do you know he's telling the truth, right? Well, because you just believe him with this blind faith? Like, that's... yes, Cuppy, of course, yeah. But the whole thing is like, I'm not really funny, Cuppy, but like, God did in the Bible, the flood did wipe out every single man, woman, and child except for Noah and his family. Right? Wiped out all the animals. Right? Were all the animals evil? I mean, where's like all the deer, all the badgers, all the freaking gophers, everything? Were they all evil? Right? They wiped out every single person, including old people. People maybe having mentally disabled, tiny babies, tiny children, and stuff like that. Now, somehow Lucas said that, oh, they're all evil. It's like, well, okay, a 2-day-old baby, how is that evil? The baby's barely drawing breath. It's 48 hours old. How is that evil? Right? It's just, you can't see that. God's got the largest body count of anybody and everything. I know there's reasons for it. There's reasons in the freaking Bible. There's reasons because apparently the whole entire world is corrupt, and God had to wipe it all out and then start all over again. And then he's going to only have one family, which we know in his family, on a boat with 2 of each species or whatever kind, and then they're going to repopulate the world. That's called incest, Cuppy, right? It's one family had to repopulate the whole entire world. That's incest. 100%. I'm sorry, but it is. Right? So, Adam and Eve, they had a few children. How did we repopulate the whole world? I mean, who slept with Eve? Was it Adam? Was it her sons? Was it like these were daughters? Like, there's just a lot of like inbreeders. Hey, wheeze it. If you're from the 90s, you know what I'm talking. Yes, but the Bible is a storybook, and it's stories. It's stories left down to just how interpretation, right? It's a storybook. Harry Potter is a storybook, right? I read I read something, I read something called Vlad the Impaler, right? Story about Vlad. Is all of it, some of it maybe loosely based on factual evidence, some of it is just story, right? But it's, I don't really want to get too much into it, but all right, the Bible's just stories, the Quran's just stories, the freaking the Torah is stories, right? It's all this different stories and mythology stuff passed down through the generations, written in the book. Copy the Bible stories. It's just stories that were verbally told, eventually got written down, put into some stuff, and then somebody sat down, went through all the stories, wrote it out, retranslated it 700 times. The Bible has been retranslated, and who wrote the Bible? It was some guy sitting in a church somewhere. Some guy sitting there translating a Bible from ancient Hebrew to something else and writing all down. Now, did they leave things out? I'm gonna say yes. They probably left certain things out. Maybe didn't translate them right. Maybe stuff like that. How we know this? Because, well, they probably put a little bit of their own personal bias in there. Probably the cardinal said, leave that story out, leave that out. Don't worry about that one, or just have this one. Or change that, or change a couple of things around. Come on, people have bias. People are going to have bias. They're going to write things. They're going to change it the way they want. They're going to change things because they want to have things to push a certain narrative, to have certain things so they can formulate what they want from that, right? You can't say you can claim they didn't, but people are going to have their own bias and they're going to write their own things there and they're going to change it. The Bible's been changed and retranslated 700 different times. King James Version is different than the other version. Another version is different than the other version. All different versions, but they all claim to be right. So
nobody's like totally wrong all the time.
Yeah, 2 plus 2 is 4, and no matter who thinks 2 plus 2 is 4.
Also, who says whose religion is right? Right? How do we know Christianity is right? Because they say so? Well, the Muslims say that they're right. Or the Jewish say they're right. Or the Buddhists said they're right. Or the Odinists say that they're right. Who's right? Who's wrong? How do you know? Why is one right and one's other one not? Why is one religion more right than the other religion? What about Shintoism? There's a million different gods there. Are they right? Maybe they are right. Maybe they're wrong. Maybe none of us are right and none of us are wrong. Maybe we all got a little piece of the puzzle and none of us actually have all the answers. Right? Maybe they're freaking like the Druids had it right way back, the ones that got crushed out. Maybe they're freaking the Picts had it right. Who knows, right? Exactly. Right? Stories are handed down from one to another. A lot of times, way back in the day, people are illiterate, so it would have been verbal stories. You ever played telephone? As a kid, we all sit in a big circle. One whispers to an ear, whispers to another ear, and go all the way around the whole entire group. Gets down to the end person, and they're supposed to give you what the original message was. And every single time you do that, it's not even close to the original message. It may have some consonants, may sound sort of similar, but it's not even close. Now, if that can happen over, like, say, 10, 15 people, then what's going to happen when, like, things are passed down over generation, right? I'm sorry, but, the Bible explains it, but does it really? Explains it because they want to have it explained, but the Bible is right and it's wrong.
It doesn't make it wrong. But when I go after Dave Weiss, I specifically cite the evidence, right? Dave just makes a claim and shows a meme.
Okay, check it out. I'm going to make like a little resume of the videos. We're going to show this to the people and see what they think. Why not? And let them judge. Thanks a lot for receiving me. Thanks a lot.
One thing, Neriel, who I talked about earlier, would like to talk to you. You mind if I send you his email?
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, he's in Israel. So.
Of course.
Awesome. Well, thanks for the talk.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Elder Brown. I like Shintoism as well. And I see everything has a spirit. Everything's made of everything has its own place in the universe. So, there's like over 1 million different gods and spirits in Shintoism. In fact, like you say in Japan, they have like you growing through your life, you're a Shintoist, and when you get older, you become a Buddhist. because a lot of times people turn to Buddhism later in life because it gives them the answers you want when you're old and get ready to, and then obviously hit nirvana and reach enlightenment.
All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you can send some links to copy, but all right, I'm gonna call that good. You can send some links, but I have read the Bible. I got the Bible. I got the King James version of my attic right now, as well as a few other books. But I've gone over religion lots of times. I've sat and had theological conversations with a good friend of mine for years. Friend was he had sat and read the Bible. He read the Quran. He had read the Torah. He had been so and I've read some things. I was raised in the Catholic in a Christian religion since I was younger. I got away from it because it's oppressive, and I don't think they're all right. I think there's so many things that are wrong. You can see the Bible has all the answers, but it's all down to interpretation. And then once again, who wrote the Bible? Who wrote the Bible? Because God didn't write the Bible. It was freaking some guy sitting in a church. Most likely the one you're reading now was probably written in the 14th century by a few freaking pastors in the church that sat there that were deemed to write this by the church, by either the Pope at the time or somebody else. You know, if you want, it depends on which way side you want to go. I know you believe in something slightly different. I know you believe in like something where it's like what do you call it? Some sort of was it 1400 or 1700 observation thing, whatever they got. So I never heard of before, but and you can stand it, but I'm probably gonna rip it apart. So and it's gonna go down and freaking like that. So because I've already had other people send stuff to me, so. I don't really get into the theological stuff because it's just not worth it. That is true, Cup. Yeah, I was going to say theological stuff isn't really what my stream is about. But yeah, send some stuff. Send a few things. I'll have a little look. Yeah, send a few things if you want, and I'll have a little look at stuff I got and see what you think. But yeah, I have a different view on religion and stuff like that. Honestly, it comes down to it. Boil it down. I think everybody's right and everybody's wrong. I think everybody has a tiny piece of the puzzle, but nobody has all the pieces of the puzzle. And everybody claims they have all the answers, and they really don't. Yeah. It's all right. I'm gonna call this anyways. Actually, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I gotta get up early. I got things to do tomorrow. I got a freaking busy day. So, but yeah, that's about it. So that was Sam from Flat Earth Reconnaissance, and that was 10 months ago. And him having a chat with MCToon, and it got a little bit heated there for a little bit. Sam is definitely a religious Flerf who's has been like absolutely indoctrinated and by David Weiss. So yeah, David Weiss is Sam's Flat Earth daddy. So he's a little Flerf daddy, and Sam freaking trying to make the excuses and defend him. Ooh, wow! You almost think that Sam's knees are a little bit dirty. Like he's been down there with Angels of Light, freaking like checking out David Weiss's globes. But yeah, we're gonna call that right now. I am going to and since we since it's all about like Sam and going on about religion and stuff like that, we're going to have I'm gonna end out here with All Hail the Ball. Let's go.
All hail the ball we tread with care, a sphere so vast floating in air, with gravity's pull anchoring deep, through heavens high our course we keep. Oh hail the ball, the curve is true, horizons bending out of view, the stars they they spin a tale divine. North and south, their dance align. The rising sun, it paints the skies, sets westward where the golden lies. Its path not flat, its arc profound, a shining truth, the globe is round. The rising sun, it paints the skies, sets westward where the golden lies. Its path not flat, its arc profound, a shining truth, the globe is round. South spins slow in opposite grace, northern stars in turn they trace, a cosmic waltz both strong and wide, proof of the ball on which we ride. In shadows cast, a curvature found, eclipses whisper in silence profound. A tilted axis, seasons bestow, from melting Arctics to polar glow. Oh, hail the ball, the curve is true, horizons bending out of view. The stars they spin a tale divine, north and south their dance align.